and in the and in the and in the old Hollywood way, energy up. How are you doing, Commander?
The smiling theist who has a bunch of atheist friends.
So today's hold on, let me how's everybody doing? It's Wednesday. Welcome to my so-called life. I hope everyone's doing well. Let me get into the chat. I'm all over the place today. Hey, Alibaba, yay! Transfer files, I need to do a pain. Yay, Alibaba has a new computer. Awesome. Awesome.
I hope it's fast. I hope if you bought something for performance, you got a desktop because I've been burned by overusing laptops too many times.
I've been pretty good. Hey, Pam. Hello, hello. How's it going, Skits? Yay. Hello, hello. Do you know what's so funny? On the top of my phone is the Magnum PI theme song because I've been bumping. I have been absolutely bumping the old Magnum PI theme song. Did you ever watch TV back in the day? Hey, Joy. Hello, hello. Awesome. Hey.
I'm trying to remember the theme song for Magnum PI. I got to go to work in 20 minutes, but I wanted to say hi.
It had an awesome guitar riff in it.
Trying to remember because there was this one year where I was out sick and I got familiar with everything from Knight Rider to the old Battlestar Galactica and all that. The classics.
Awesome. Awesome. Yay. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm going to be walking around, turning on all my monitors in here. Yay. I got a fast desktop. I have a desktop as well. I have an Apple, and for much as I complain about it, it works well. For as much as I whine and complain. Yay. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. Awesome. As the Magnum PI song is playing in my head.
Can you remember the song? And do 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 do. Can you try to read do it? I don't
Well,
mean bad it, but I mean jog the noggin.
I've been getting a lot of copyright strikes lately.
Then don't chance it.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. I still have my dad coat on. I just got back from my son's MMA class. Hello, butterfly. Yay. Great to see you. Awesome. Awesome. Check. So tonight I have quite a few things planned. So you have to go to work in a few. I went and watched a movie today.
In a few
Watched
minutes. Basically, I got 13 minutes left, but I did want to say hi.
Awesome, awesome. How was your movie, Pam? How was your movie? Awesome. Oop, I had the volume up on that. So I'm working on a video right now, and in the midst of everything that's been going on, I'm almost done with my video. I have a couple shorts that I'm working on right now. Tonight, I'm thinking about making a turtleneck. I haven't decided yet between the thick black material or the blue material. I probably will make a turtleneck with both, considering the fact that I have a ton of
I
material.
love blue. Blue is my favorite color.
It's like blue with white stripes. Yay. Yay. Hello, hello, butterfly. Awesome, awesome. Movie was great. Watched it with my husband. Awesome, awesome. Make sure everything's on in here. I'm tidying up my sewing room while y'all talk amongst yourselves. It's really funny. I've been doing that as well. I consider it a victory though, because I got back to my exercise bike, and the day that I'm not using that as a rack is a victory. Alibaba called me out, said, "Oh, exercise bikes are great clothing racks," and they are. Getting used to my new keyboard. My other was so old that it had fingernail grooves in the plastic tabs, and all the keys worn smooth, no letters on them anymore. Now that's worn. That's absolutely worn. Awesome. Awesome. I cut out a new pattern today, going to make another pair of overalls. Awesome. I'm constantly waffling back and forth of what I'm going to make and what I'm not going to make. Sometimes I feel like I make the same thing over and over, and then I make another trench coat.
I
I'm going to
like the gossamer coat, and I
thank
like
you.
that vampire coat, and um later on, um well, I'm probably going to buy a sewing machine at some point. I just have to recover financially enough. I hope you heard. Oh yeah, the mouse moving.
Oh, I heard. It pays to be a frugal person. It does. It's better to be frugal. I think I'm Scrooge McDuck with a money bin. A different style, Pam, your own design. I'm going to make another coat also. Awesome. Awesome. Ever since I made the combo with the coat and the chaps, I'm like all about combos now. Oh, so what direction are you headed this evening, Commander?
Ohio,
Why does that seem so far to me?
because you're on the other side of the country. It's about 7 or 8 hours. My destination. It is.
It's like 12 states away from me. If you're in Oregon, it's 11 states away from you. But I live in California, so it's 12. But if I kept the old computer on life support, I would get it to work for a half an hour by spraying canned air into the fans. Wow. Wow.
I
How's it going,
wish.
trees? Heck yeah. Great to
Oh,
see you.
trees, awesome.
For some reason it just seems really far away from me. But on the East Coast, the states are smaller than on the West Coast, you know? It takes from my house, it takes 11 hours to get to the Oregon border. That's
Well,
flying in a
California is a really long state. And probably I'm having stuff in the background going on. And I do want to stay, but
Your thing
mom
works. I
woke
can't
up.
hear anything.
You can't hear anything?
No. The can would get frosted and then I would leave at the Oh wow. Hey, Kilroy! How's it going? Great to see you. I was wondering where you were. Awesome, awesome. I completely forgot what I was gonna do. But I've been working on my hat. I've been trying to form that goofy hat, and it's just getting goofier and goofier.
Is this better?
Oh, you sounded great the entire time.
I thought you said you couldn't hear anything.
Oh no, in the background. Like behind you.
Well, I got a denoiser. I have a parent needing attention. She just woke up.
Oh, okay. I have a 14-year-old who likes to scream on his Oculus. So I completely understand. Yay, how's it going? How's it going? Commander, I hope you have a great evening. You're always welcome back. Yay, hello, hello. Awesome, great to see everybody. So, needless to say, my 10-gallon hat isn't necessarily where I want it to be, but it's slowly getting there. I'm trying to shape it where it's like Smokey the Bear, you know? I'm trying to get that Smokey the Bear look, but it's still my precision bricks aren't as precision. I guess I'm gonna have to calibrate my bricks, like Tree said last time. Awesome, awesome. Commander, I hope you have a great evening. It was great to see you. You're always welcome here in the House of Sewing. Awesome, awesome. So I haven't decided if I'm gonna I haven't decided what I'm gonna do yet. I really, really want to work with the black material, but part of me wants to make a sweatshirt out of it or something else. Would a clamp work on that hat? You know what? I'm sitting in a room of wood clamps. I have every kind of clamp that you could possibly think of. I love this hat. Do you know what's funny? I puffed it out because really it's supposed to have the there we go. Let's see how it looks there. This thing is still a work in progress. I was I keep on putting it in the dryer and that works because what happens is it loosens everything up and then you form it. But whoever made this really wanted it to be high. I'm just trying to make it even. So eventually this thing will play ball. Until then, I look like that crazy guy, that crazy local who's like take 3 rights and a left and you're there. And if you see the oak tree, you've gone too far. I agree. I agree. It needs it definitely needs patches. Try ironing it. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Suicidal tendencies under the brim. Heck yeah. Do you know it's an age test, but they played like a week or 2 ago and around here everybody's talking about it. I'm kind of sad that I missed it. It made me feel like a kid again when I heard people like, "Oh, did you go to the show?" And I'm like, "What? I haven't heard you say that sentence in 25 years." Could be the felt is shorter on the top and the brim than the bottom. This is weirdly corduroy. That's what attracted to me to it in the first place. Oh, this thing is awesome. It fits my goofy motif. Hey, that's how we give directions in Texas. Here in California, it's always like, oh, that's going to take you 25 minutes to get there. That's going to take you. We tell distance and time in California. Use a press cloth with an iron. I've ironed hat brims before. It works great in my experience. Well, I've been messing around with. Is that the camera? Oh, that's the wrong camera angle. I've been messing around with my press. And that thing is impressive. Seriously, for $40, I scored a press that works. Every single thing about it works. I find I finally read the manual. I've been pressing all kinds of crazy stuff, but I want to show you my Charlie Sheen shirt. Let me go back to this angle. So when I was a kid, I was in love with the movie Major League. That was my movie. Well, tell distance in time. We tell distance in time here too in PA. The terrain means that Google Maps will tell you it takes an hour, but it actually takes an hour and a half. Same. We always have to factor in traffic. That's the thing here where we're like, we always have to factor in traffic. So I've been using my press for everything. Oh. When I was younger, I was obsessed with the movie Major League. So I turned this old ratty flannel into my Major League flannel. There's the patch. But I am impressed. Like, I don't know if you can see that. This thing was wrinkly. I put that in my press. It's It's not necessarily brand new because I've had this for over like 15 years, but it really cleaned it up. I mean, that it looks perfect compared to how it was. This was sitting in my car crumpled up because I wear it as a layer. So I scored with that press. I am beyond stoked. I'm kind of shocked. It really makes everything kind of professional in here. So now I have no excuse to have perfect seams. It's snowing here at the moment. Let's turn up the A word. Oh, before I get to any of that. Whoops. I'm all discombobulated because I just got back from the MMA class. Today has definitely been a crazy day. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 46 degrees Fahrenheit.
It is 46 here. Do you know what's really funny? Like, I'm sure people everywhere else would kind of laugh at Californians, but it's cold. But this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by my so-called life and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the view of every single human being on planet Earth. I hope everybody has a great evening flying my so-called life airlines. Oh, I finally did that without saying my old line. I just got 9 hours of snow, only 6 to 8 inches of heavy snow and sleet. Wow. I don't want the snow. I couldn't imagine. Like last Saturday when I got in my car, I was like, what's this icy stuff on my windshield? Oh, absolutely not. Do you know what? Like I said the other day, snow is amazing on the first day. It is beautiful. It cleans the air. It dampens everything. A week later, it's a tragedy. I'm glad to be back in Texas. Hope you don't get pounded. Absolutely, this snow is just absolutely insane. Whoops. Oh. Oh. All right, so I think, let's see, what can I see from here? The problem is that I have a giant pile of fabric there. So I sit and I look at it and I'm like, what inspires me? But I like that the black material is stretchy and so is the blue with the white stripes. But I've been really bad with lining up my stripes lately. If snow gets too bad, I can just stay inside. That's me. Yikes. I couldn't even imagine. I've only been in like 3 or 4 situations where it was snowing all the time. And one I got in my car and left. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to grab this blue material. Whoa. Oh man. I almost I almost had a fabric avalanche where all my fabric almost completely tipped over. I'm gonna have to improve my fabric cart as I miss the table. What's happening is the more and more I buy, it's depending on how slick the material is or something, it's just wanting to like fall over or flop on the floor. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to improvise my cart. Can't get in your car and leave around here unless you want to drive 8 states away. It's so funny because where I live, when we want to go see the snow, we go up to the mountain. because we know if it's raining here, it's snowing up at the mountain. And it's funny we say up at the mountain. All right, let me switch my angle and clean up a little bit in here. Awesome. I'm thinking about making a turtleneck because I've gone chap crazy lately. I've gone let's see, how many pairs of chaps have I made lately? I think 4, maybe 5. In like 2-week period, I consider that chap crazy. So this week I'm gonna try to stick to the script and make a turtleneck or something. Let's see if that holds. I really like the blue material, but the one thing I like the most about it is that when you make a turtleneck, yay, hello. Yay, hello, polished and assembled. Hello. I've only got 3 pair. Instead of plum crazy, you're chap crazy. So I'm gonna try to. I am. I have fallen in love with chaps. It's okay. You know, a long time ago, I made a video about something and self-discovery that never stops. And making chaps puts the biggest smile on my face. And right now, I'm working on a video right now, and I wore my chaps in the video and didn't even mention it. Now that I'm thinking about it, nowhere in the video did I mention that I'm wearing chaps, but I was so proud of that I had them on. Yay, hello. You should come and join. The water's fine. Yay. All right, let me get my stuff together. Today has been crazy. This is definitely like the soccer dad time of year of running around like a chicken with his head cut off. All the parents know you're running from one place to another, you know, so I will spare you my complaining about everyday things of life. But I am totally stoked. I was thinking, like, what should I make? But I'm down for a turtleneck. I watch a lot of old school videos. I'm into a lot of stuff. I'm all over the place. I listen to metal. I'm really into death metal, but I'm also obsessed with music from the 80s. Well, from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And recently I was watching the Return of the Mac video with Mark Morrison. So I'm definitely thinking about making a turtleneck. Maybe 2 months and I will have a camera video crew. Yay! Yay! Hold on, let me switch. Let me switch real quick. Alibaba, when you do join, we're gonna have the great sewing machine stream, and like a little child in show and tell, I'm gonna show you every sewing machine I have in this room. So be prepared. We'll do a sew-a-thon. That'll be a good 8 or 9 hour stream. That would be I can't wait. That'll be awesome. I like the turtleneck that you made. And I'm also thinking about so I do not necessarily call it mistake, but I made the necks huge. So this time I'm not gonna make the turtleneck where I could like flop it over and it can completely cover. Awesome. Yay. Hello. All right. I'm excited, Ollie. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to streaming. Waternay and I said the same thing at the same time. Awesome. Nope. Today I'm just choosing the wrong camera today. Thank you, Alibaba. Do you know what it is? It's I kind of stumbled upon something, and we're also coming back to where, at least where I live, we're gonna be wearing masks all the time. So I'll be rocking those. I'll be in a bit. Okay, I don't know. Okay. Let me grab my pattern. Today I'll be working with. So sad that it's like right here. Simplicity S9 158. Can we just say, I do this every time, but can we just see how happy this young man is without stepping on every chord in this room? Look at how happy that young man is. Awesome. I'm still looking for a shirt that is that exact same print too, because that print is amazing. Awesome. All right. I think in the new year, I'm gonna look for new tables. I definitely need new cutting tables, or I'm gonna start buying more long mats. I think I'm just gonna buy a really long mat that I can put on my table. You have to get an electrician to put enough outlets in first. Oh, it's so funny you would say that. My front in the front bathroom, the lights out. It's been petering out. My electrics are petering out, but like I'm gonna have to play electrician. So if you don't hear from me for a while, it's because I tool timed my house. Oh, have a draw down table, maybe a drop down. Oh, I like that idea. I like that idea. I agree with you. I'm gonna have to actually get an electrician in here sooner than later. Screw having outlet every 48 inches. You need the outlet every 6 inches. Do you know what I have? I actually took them out because I was overloading them. Let me show you. You will laugh when I show you this. This has 12 plugs on it. But I had to I kept on over putting too many things on my 4-foot power strips. I have quite a few of these. Um when I moved to the warehouse, I am set. I am set for power. But I'm such a tool time that I overloaded this. But don't worry, I have like 9 more. All right, let me grab my phone so I can read the chat. And you need zones so they're not all in the same breaker. That's why I'm calling the electrician. You know what? I know a lot of things as far as the construction world. I may or may not be qualified or overqualified or under for quite a few things. But if something's not my expertise, I'm man enough to be like, hey, I don't feel like being electrocuted today. Or, I need some help. I'm definitely one of those people who will ask for help if I'm, if it's something that's beyond my expertise. Okay. All right. Perfect. Do you know this navy blue and white reminds me of every striped shirt I've ever had? And I probably had a turtleneck like this back in the 80s. I did send you. Oh, Commander, I saw some of it. I absolutely think you're amazing and I absolutely love you. So don't worry about anything. Who needs a whole damn sub panel is what he okay. I said this before in this room. I would not be able to be as crazy as I am in this room if I didn't have a second panel. So this room is literally on its own panel, which reminds me, if you guys want to see a light trick, So my FOF 474 press is amazing. I'm in love with this thing. It really has stepped up my game. It makes me feel professional. I am stoked. I mean, my seams are going to be perfect when I throw them down. But when I turn it on, let's see. Let's hold on. When I turn it on, let me move my angle a little bit. I'll show you. The lights flicker. Let's see if it works. Oh, did you see that jump? You may not see the jump, but I have a feeling that I can't have everything plugged in at the same time around here. So if that is a pro press. I am absolutely Alibaba. So I am stoked, but like I don't know if I can have all this stuff on and the press at the same time. I laughed so hard because okay, it's right now it's switching its mode. It's letting you know that it's heating up. Every time it switches or you hear a beep, the lights jump. So I'm gonna have to plug this in to where the washer and the dryer is. And it has a this press itself has a 4-foot cord. I'm gonna turn it off. See how the lights got bright? Good times. Good times. Okay. Perfect. But I've been messing around. I was messing around with that all morning when I got back, and I felt like a little kid because I was like, "What needs to be pressed?" I was running around like, "Oh, my old Charlie Sheen shirt needs to be pressed." Like, oh, it makes me laugh. All right, let me find the relevant pieces to this. I've made quite a few mistakes as far as making a turtleneck. And now that I think about it, I've gained a few pounds over the holidays. I am willing to admit that I've gained a pound or two, so I might make this shirt a little bit bigger than what it's supposed to be. Because I am more than willing to admit that I overindulged this holiday season. I love this pattern. Let me get my pin cushion. And there are certain things that I gauge to see, like, oh, okay, I've gained weight. Like, there's a shirt that I used to always wear that was extremely baggy on me. I put it on this weekend and it fit perfectly, and that was my indication that I had gained. I had a healthy holiday. Or unhealthy, depending on how you look at it. But I enjoyed myself. I ate a ton of chocolate. I got a bunch of C's candy. I was eating roasts. I had a great Christmas. Isn't this the black fabric with the one? Isn't this the black fabric with the one-way stretch? It's sitting right here. And one of the reasons I have it right here is because it's so heavy, it cannot sit on my fabric. This is so heavy, it eventually just falls over. So it cannot just sit there. Yeah, you start stream pressing and you don't end up looking around for all the things. Absolutely. There are and you know what's crazy, Waternay, is that it dawned on me, I am not one of those people that ever uses the iron-on for patches. But while I was steaming my Charlie Sheen shirt, I realized that I completely steamed a patch onto the shirt that had been there forever. So now it's not going anywhere. So now I can flash fry patches, and that's really cool. He's going to stream his way to a home insurance claim denied. Oh, no, with the electrics, I have to call an electrician. I have a feeling it's just the fact that I have these really fancy like 1920s plugs. They're button plugs. not the old ones that you flip up. They're old-timey buttons. And so I think if I get rid of those and just go back to the switches, it'll be fine. But who knows? Maybe I'll get the electrician to come excuse me, the electrician to come over and I could keep my old-timey buttons. I wanted my bathroom to look like this this old school hotel that I stayed in a million years ago in San Francisco. And I kind of succeeded, but the 1920 buttons, there it takes maintenance with that. So I'm really thinking about getting rid of it. But I am one for ambiance. Flash fry. It's true. It's true. That's the only way I can describe it. Like you throw that thing on and that patch it's there forever. It is there forever. I love the bakelite push button switches. Exactly. It just makes it more convenient in my life, but I'm seriously thinking about getting rid of them. I wouldn't use those in a bathroom. Too much moisture. I've had them in for a very long time, and the electrics are all going out at once, so I think it's more of a wiring issue. Or I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I'm not an electrician. And for everything that I do know, I'm trying not to over-diagnose, because when you work in a certain field, you think you know everything and you may not. And that particular science is not my that's not necessarily my field. So I try not to because it could be just an easy fix. I'm hoping. Push button light switches, those are bad. Classic Accents makes replacements. I got some for my house. I think those are probably the exact ones that I have. Got that right, Kilroy? I have the big modern ones in mine. I like bougie things every once in a while. And having a bougie bathroom, I liked it when people walked in the front bathroom and they're like, wow. Because I have a marble sink. It's all fancy. It's a black marble too, and it's all fancy in there. So the push button switches kind of go along with it. But I'm so mad at it. I'm thinking about just going back to the old school switches, because I've been having so much problems. But I think it's also probably a simple maintenance thing. I haven't even checked on those things. And I tell people when I work on their house or I come into certain situations like, oh, well, we take things for granted. I'm type A. I'm the guy who took my electrics for granted. So now I got to do something about it. Let me scoot over. You're going to bougie your way to become a sadist. Quote of the evening so far. I need that on a t-shirt. Oh, my head is extra shiny today. I went to Earl Scheib. I'm kidding. Awesome. Hold on. Whoops. I would love to find the brash push button ones. Do you know what's really funny? When I redid my grandmother's house, they were, we had to make it modern. So they're like, we want everything out of here. I said, okay. I took all the brass, everything, because she had brass grates, just classic things that aren't made anymore. So I have quite a few things that are way discontinued. All right. Perfect. All right. All right. Let's see. Do you know, I've used this pattern so many times that I'm pulling out the pieces and I'm laughing because they're ready to go. And I may or may not line this. I might make two. Depending on how fast this takes, I might make another one. Because with the serger, it does make things go by a little bit faster. But we'll see. Because I couldn't decide if I wanted a blue stripe or a black one. But I might just make both. And I know I dress like Willie Nelson's illegitimate child, but I do love a good turtleneck. And I still rock them. And like I was saying, I was watching Return of the Mac video, and it just reminded me of how hardcore people were about the turtleneck back in the day. The pattern is telling you it wants to retire and play golf. I want to retire and play golf. Actually, I'm not a golf fan. You know what? It's not that I'm not a fan. It's just that it certain things you're born with, and the love for golf is just not one of them. But if I want to fall asleep, I'll put it on the Golf Channel because their commentators put me out because they talk like this. And in the 90s, I did watch Tiger Woods and all his runs. Okay, perfect. I don't know why lately I have not been paying attention to my arms are in a different direction than Stripes and I have not seen eye to eye lately. And so I'm going to try to keep the Stripes going in the same direction. I never saw the point of golf, but then again, I never tried it. I could try it one day and love it. Who knows? The same. It was my grandfather's sport. He loved golf. For me, I would just hang out on the golf course, you know. I never got into it. But again, like I watch hockey, and hockey's not for everybody, you know. So we're all into things. Still to this day, I watch curling. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm subscribed to USA Curling and Canada Curling, and I watch curling all the time. And because I love Olympic sports, I'm always watching like Olympic trials and stuff, you know. It makes me laugh how I live in the desert, but I'm into all these cold weather sports. But we have hockey rinks here too, and there are places to go curling, even though I would laugh if I actually found one. Alexa, where can you go curling in the state of California?
I found a few options for that. There's V-Force Elite Gymnastics, 187.9 miles away on Brickyard Drive. USA Elite Gymnastics, 267.7 miles away.
Alexa, thank you.
You are so very welcome. Hope you had a good Wednesday.
Apparently, I can go curling by my house, but I think they're thinking of a different type of curling. Perfect. I had to pay attention for that, so I didn't mess up that piece. I've learned not to line these shirts, especially the stretchy material, because it kind of is, you know, not everything needs to be lined. Not everything has to be double and triple reinforced. I reinforce everything, and still to this day, I don't even know why. Where is my other phone? There it is. Curling does rock, Butterfly. Thank you. When I was a kid, I had a really good friend that introduced me to hockey at a young age, and I fell in love. And so I kind of fell in love with winter sports after that. All right. And whoops, wrong side. Okay, so which way were the arms going? All right, I have to pay attention. They're going that way. Then the arms will go this way. Perfect. I'm going to laugh if this is off. I will scream laugh if this is off. Do you know what's really funny? I purchased most of these patterns at Walmart or somewhere else. And like the more popular patterns are kind of expensive. They're $20 a pop. And then I see them online for $4 or $5. Even the tuxedo shirt, I need to cut that out. I need to stop procrastinating and cut the tuxedo pattern out. But even that was super affordable compared to my overall. The overalls that Pam is making right now, I paid $20 for that pattern. If not more, that's like 20 with tax. And I paid the same for Mimi G pattern R11407, but I've got miles out of that. I've gone around the earth with that pattern. Oh, I've used that pattern so many times. I'm like an evil villain challenging people to a balloon race around the world. Oh. Oh. So I won't complain about that because I've got more than my money's worth out of that pattern. I know where the swamps that they did curling on in the 1885 and up would love to check out that place out for some curling rocks. Absolutely. I love. Do you know what it is? It's I think it's sometimes it's the just for some reason sports on a rink are just so soothing to me. Says the guy who watches hockey. I will fall asleep watching a hockey game because it's just so soothing to me. All right. Perfect. Oh man, though after Isaiah's MMA class, there is a class of adults. And it's really funny because they don't know what to think of me. And I'm sure people have the back of this vest in particular says godless sewing. So I'm sure people have Googled it. But it just makes me laugh. I'm sitting there reading a book and everybody else is on their cell phone. Which reminds me, I'm almost done with my SG1 book, but I got interrupted because I know it's a shocker, but I'm a bit chatty, so I make friends. Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, I haven't gained a ton of weight in my arms, but I'm trying to take in consideration. So we're gonna see how this goes out because I have gained a pound or two. So we're gonna see how this works out. But see, that's the beautiful thing about sewing. I've gained a few pounds. I'll just make the shirt bigger. You can always fix it in the end. I'm definitely going to have to refold that. Let me get everything ready for the serger. What? Oh, so I finally started watching Project Runaway, and like I don't think I would do good on a judge show because I would be like, "Who are you to judge me?" But it was just hilarious. I have not necessarily partaken in watching these shows. I just now started watching a few runway shows, a few judge shows. I watched a show on Paramount Plus called Next in Fashion. I still need to watch season 1. I thought I was watching season 1, but I was watching season 2. But Project Runaway, I don't know necessarily. You know what? I'm going to keep watching and then I'll reserve my judgment for later. I'll tell you how I truly feel in a week or two. But it's I would rather help somebody than say, "Hey, you stink, get out of here." I'd rather be like, "Hey, let's figure this out together." But I'm a proactive person. I always thought judge shows in general were weird. Like, it's good to see where you're at, but you would never see me on American Idol. You'll never see me on it because I know I can't sing, and I'm not gonna lie to myself or anyone else. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to search everything as far as everything except for the arms. Let me clear my surging air. Oop, oop, oop. I don't want to unplug my computer. Perfect. Yes, that's a screen, and there's a weird delay. YouTube has a really weird delay. Okay, let me get my other camera. I think I can move my nebulizer. Do you know, having the coffee stein around is a good and a bad thing. And it's a good thing because I don't have to go back for more coffee. But it's a bad thing because I end up drinking 2 pots or 3 pots of coffee. After all these years, I can't believe I still have my riding gloves. That would be a good show, helping people fix their sewing and design issues and mix-ups. See, that's what I'm saying. We don't always have to be so judgmental. Not everything needs to be American Idol. Says the guy who's like, you know, if all fashion counts. Italian boots, all fashion. Those are my super fancy boots, though. Coffee Stein is less likely to exactly. That is one beautiful thing about the Coffee Stein is it's extremely stout. And it's not flimsy, so all right. Start pulling some pins. I have to move this. This is so heavy that I don't know what to do with it. It's probably going to go in the middle bedroom, but I want to make stuff out of it. But 7 yards of this material probably weighs like 20 or 30 pounds. And for fabric, that's just unreal. That is extremely heavy for fabric. Awesome. You need to block and oil those. And they're old too. Well, they're not like, see, that's me. Like, oh, they're not new. They're probably 5 or 6. No, See, the thing is, like, I could say they're 8 years old, but I didn't start wearing them until 2 years ago. Like, I'd wear them here and there, but I didn't start wearing them all the time. But I have the whole shine kit. I have all the oils, the conditioners, all kinds of stuff. And not those boots, but my other boots, it came with leather conditioner and all kinds of really cool stuff. So it really helps out. I actually really used to be into leather and leather work, but I kind of grew out of that phase. And over the years, I still have all my leather. You know what? I need to make leather chaps. But I think I'm going to go full front leather chaps with the leather frills on the side and everything. We'll see. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. All right, let me move my camera. What a weird place LA is. You can have Italian leather boots and be brown. They are somewhat older. I have a ton of Italian made stuff, actually. I have a few suits and everything. I have all kinds of stuff. I just don't dress like that. Care for them and they will last forever. That's why I was so mad that my cowboy boots are different because they ripped, but I treated them like cowboy boots. And they were not ready for the constant wear and tear of having straps on the back of them. They'll never sell with a block or form anymore. Maybe a shoe tree. A lot of the boots I buy, they come with all kinds of stuff, but I think because they're so expensive, they want to give you incentives to buy them in the first place. Because if you're paying like $200 or $300 for at least in my experience, they're gonna hook you up. If you're spending $300 for a pair of boots, they're gonna send you a few things with it. I'm bougie, okay? I'm bougie. I like, you know what? It's okay to have nice things. All right, let me grab the pattern before I do this. I'm sitting here justified. I have all kinds of fancy stuff. You know, it's really funny though. When I go to certain places, people do clock me by my boots, especially when I wear those. There's this one dad at the MMA class. Last week, he was staring at me, and I'm cooling out, being cool, and I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" He's like, "Dude, your boot game is top tier." But it made me laugh because he's looking at my boots every time I walk in there. I have an eye for fashion. I'm not a shoe person. I know that's weird. I like a good pair of boots, so I'm not like a sneaker aficionado. When I buy certain like sneakers and stuff, I Google them, but like that's more for resale value than anything else. But I see the insane sneakerheads online, and I'm like, wow, I wish I had the space for that. Whoa. That's a lot. See, that's what I'm saying. When you get a good pair of boots, they are expensive. There's this certain place I've been looking up, cough, cough, flu vog, and I'm going to drop a pretty penny when I go to that place. But I'm willing to pay for a quality boot. Like these are absolute quality. And they like, look, they're shiny and they're beautiful. And they make me a little bit taller too. All right. Gonna go old school, no pens, just the Magnum PI theme song in my head. Awesome. I get quiet because I actually have to pay attention for certain things. Okay, perfect. All right, let me make sure the other side is lined up. Perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's check. Oh, that's perfect. All right. Oops, dress shoes. Well, I love boots. It's so weird. To me, a pair of boots, when you break them in, they're just as comfortable as a pair of sneakers. But I've worn more boots than sneakers, so I'm kind of biased because I guarantee you somebody who wears sneakers all the time would look at me and be like, "You're crazy, dude. Sneakers are the most comfortable thing on earth." Like when I put on those gold Nikes, it's like wearing pillows on my feet. So I'm not anti-sneaker. All right, let me make sure this is lined up. Perfect. I think I'm going to make two. Well, don't quote me on that. I think I might make the black and this blue, but we'll see how it turns out. It might just be the coffee stein talking. Perfect. I'm really checking for mistakes because it's one thing when you catch it right away. It's another when you think you're done and you're like, "Oh, why did I do that?" All right, I'm gonna have to switch my angle real quick for this one. Yay, Fluva! I've been drinking a lot of coffee stein, so I've been staying up late going on certain websites. Fluva. A live stream from the shoes store. That would be awesome. That would be awesome, Alibaba. I want to get 2 pairs of boots. You know what? I've been procrastinating. I actually need to buy new boots. And so I'm totally on this. Like, I've been really shopping around lately. For new boots. Oh, wrong angle again. Victorian lace up with Oxford tips. Ah, you need a good pair of wellies. Hello, hello. How's it going? How's it going? Great to see you. Welcome to my so-called life. Awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put my shirt together. I have to take my pins out, and then after I put that together, I'm gonna form the turtleneck. If I can find my pin cushion. Awesome, awesome. So I'm finishing up a video right now, but I keep on adding things to it. Every time I think I'm done, I'm like, oh, I forgot this part. I forgot this part. And it's really just me showing off everything that I've been thrifting in the past couple of days, really. Welcome to the craziest sewing channel on YouTube. I'll take that. I like that. I think we need to go somewhere. I'm trying to think. I watch a lot of sewing content on YouTube, okay? And there are some eccentric people, but it's okay to be unique. I haven't seen too many people like me. I'm a weird mix. I make 1860s military garments, mostly hand sewn fishing and machinery, hidden seams for historical correctness. Trying to learn machines for heavier material. Awesome. Awesome. Do you know what's funny? I own an Enfield, and I know people that used to do Civil War reenactments. That's awesome. And I've been to a reenactment in Massachusetts and one in Georgia. And I'm laughing. I'm laughing at both because like it was an experience. Yay, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's something. You know what's really funny? I can't flash my Enfield anymore because YouTube is so weird. I used to always just ring it out, but like YouTube's been weird. Other sewing channels are Snooty Tea Party, where the waiter's having a smoke break. Fight Club. That is total Fight Club, Kilroy. That is that is total Fight Club. Awesome. I think it's in 1853. You know what, I have to look. I'm a fan of everything. So I have black powder and I also have a Confederate Colt, but I do not fire that. I fire the Enfield all the time. All the time. Awesome. Awesome. I do historical presentations for the National Park Service. Awesome. I try not to go to the crazy carnival. Massachusetts was nuts. And I have to say, Georgia was pretty nuts too. I have a Civil War era Singer 2 industrial listed under the Quartermaster General's order. Wow. Now that's history. Now that's history, Ollie. I love stuff like that. You know, it's really funny when I'm looking up serial numbers, there's certain years that Singer wasn't making sewing machines because they were helping out in the war effort. They did it in the Civil War and in World War I and II. You guys already got me feeling like part of the family. Oh, no worries. You are definitely welcome here. Definitely. Absolutely. I have an 1861 Colt contract musket as well, original. Mine's original as well. It was passed down and in a really funny way ended up in my hands. Oh wow, the log cabin guy with the National Park Service taught me all I know about log cabins. Oh, that's my kind of shit, bud. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I have my Johnny Reb. I have all kinds of fun stuff. I need to go to a good reenactment. I'm laughing because I have images in my head. And there was one I went to where I was like, I don't know if this is historically accurate. No one came out like in that one Dodge commercial when George Washington came out in a Charger. It's not that bad. I will say, though, that commercial had me on the floor laughing. George Washington conquering with a Dodge Charger. Oh, still doesn't seem right, but it's funny. Oh, I'm like, how come I can't see the chat? There we go. I live in PA. Gettysburg reenactors are their own brand of psycho. Oh, let me highlight that. I didn't want to say. Thank you for saying what I didn't want to say out loud. And I don't judge anybody because I grew up with one. I grew up around one. So like I know that my father was a Nam era vet, and so I know reenactments are fun though. They're fun. Dude, we are putting together a full immersion event. No spectators, correct kit, researched through depot recipes. I can send you an invitation. Awesome. I'm on Twitter as Godless Sewing. And I'm also on Instagram. I think it's called, I thought it was Godless Sewing, but it's sewing in circles at my circle at Godless Sewing or inverted. I can't remember anymore. I'm in Canada. Oh, Ollie, I remember the days when you could just do you need a passport to go over? It's been a while since I left the country. Do you need a passport to go to Canada nowadays? When I was going, there was that weird law where you did. It was right when George Bush made the law, but they were still letting us go into Vancouver with our identification cards. So, who knows? I just recently got my passport and everything renewed too. I should go to Canada. Thrift. Should I go thrifting Canada? That would be awesome. Damn, Ollie, you can't even have a musket anymore, can you? Yeah, I need a passport to go. Need one from States to Canada now too. I did not know that. It's been a while since I left the country. When I lived in Oregon, we would take these just weekend trips, but I haven't been to Mexico in a while. I'm laughing because when I was a kid, we would go, and Mexico was like that place in Pinocchio where kids smoked cigars. And it was just as scary. Okay. When I was stationed in Alaska, we somehow ended up in Canada. They didn't appreciate that much. My dad actually did the exact same thing. He told me a great story. Oh yeah, I know several with muskets. Meet up Alibaba's Fluvog in the Canada. Fluvog is a Canadian company. We can hit a both. Just joking. I didn't even know that. Oh really? I did not know that Polished and Assembled. You should come and enjoy. They do want to get rid of all the guns in some places. All right. Let me throw these shirts together. Oh, this is gonna look great. And I love this pattern. Like I said, I've gained a pound or two over the holidays. So we're gonna see how this fits. But I think I cut it a little bit more wide, so it should be okay. Perfect. All right. Perfect. One of the one of the reasons I get quiet is because lately I've been messing up, so I'm really paying attention when I line this up, just to make sure that there's no mistakes. Even though the serger will will find it, seek it out, and fix it. All right. Okay, let me catch those corners. Perfect. And plus, I'm trying to get the seams in because I do not want the serger to cut it short, and then it'd be like an extremely tight turtleneck. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Toronto's not Canada. It's the suburbs of Buffalo. Toronto does feel very New York-ish. It's like a really clean, beautiful New York. You actually produce on your streams, hell yeah. Oh, I made a lot of clothes. I make a lot of clothes on streams. I'm all about having something to show at the end. Like even if you go back like that, I always mention at the end of my streams, like to all the people who fast forwarded, it's worth it. I'm in for the meetup and Canada thrifting. I'm all about. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. He makes something every stream unless he smokes too much. Then he just winds up reading our stupid comments. Well, I like to take breaks. Both cool. Yeah. You know what it is? It's especially on days like today. I'm running around. I'm doing all this crazy stuff. And then I sit down and start hanging out and it hits me. And my adrenaline slowly starts going down, you know. Today was definitely a soccer dad kind of day. Update. Main sewing table cleared. Everything put away and dusted. Yep. I mean, heck yeah. Heck yeah, butterfly. Awesome. Do you know what's so funny? Like, I'm not joking. Recently, my closet was so trashed, I couldn't get in there. It took me 2 days, but I found the bottom of my closet. I discovered all kinds of stuff that I've been missing, everything that I had kind of intended to wear. So that's an accomplishment. It's a big accomplishment. I guilted myself into cleaning out the problem is like everybody thinks having a walk-in closet is like the bee's knees. Let me tell you, for someone like me who's a hoarder, I fight between my hoarding tendencies and wanting to have a walk-in closet. Mr. Mom Sewing, I love it. New York's not supposed to be clean and beautiful, though. It's supposed to be gritty. Well, I always think of Toronto as like a really clean version of New York. But they were very much alike. Toronto has awesome culture. Mr. I'm gonna start writing these down. I like those titles. Absolutely, butterfly. Absolutely. I've got an original pipe with the preservation found on a dead Confederate and brought home to Illinois by the captor. I now smoke flower in it. That's awesome. I have a bunch of I call them my old man pipes, but I end up destroying those things over the years. That's awesome. They do New York scene movies in Toronto. In the recently in Strange New Worlds, in Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus, there's a scene where Luan, the security officer, she gets constricted. She just basically goes back in time, and she goes back in time with Kirk. And there's the scene where the new Captain Kirk, he learned, like, they don't know where they are. He looks around and he's like, oh, we're in New York. And and Luan looks at him and she's like, you never traveled, have you? And she's like, we're in Toronto, dude. And it was Toronto. Oh, wow. Wow. You know, I have a lot of stuff from the 1800s in this room. It's more like on the camera side, I'm more like I have the Confederate Colt sewing machines and stuff, but stuff like that is just unreal. Unreal. That's awesome. Will last forever if you take care of it. Wow, Gilded, nice to have that pipe, long stem. Do you know the long stem pipes that I have, they were called a church warden's pipe, but I love those good long pipe. I just can't find one that doesn't break on me or crack or clog. I do daily care almost. I store it properly. I don't feel I'm disrespecting it. I feel like I'm keeping it real. I'm like that too. With a lot of the stuff I refurbish, I want it to work. I want it to actually work. Like there are certain sewing machines that I have. I call them wall hangers because there's nothing I can do for them, but I like the way they look. But I don't want everything to be a wall hanger, so I go out of my way to make sure that everything works. Perfect. Especially with the older machines, but they're easier to get going than the newer machine. I had a 1983 Ford Ranger, and I'm not kidding you. It had 19 parts to the engine. I counted. But it was an older truck, and so I was able to work on it, you know. I have a Ford Flex, and I'm not kidding you. When I open the hood, it's nothing but computers. Nothing but computers. Oh, what fell? What fell? Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. A lot of stuff falls apart if it doesn't get used. It's carved into the form of a man with a kepi and a goatee. Awesome. There's a bunch of crud on my phone. So if I'm if I'm mispronouncing anything, it's because this phone has been through a car fire. This phone should be an OtterBox commercial. This particular phone is my soldier phone. You need to smoke them to keep them. If you don't smoke them, they'll dry out and get brittle. Even if you know how to work on cars, you have to be a leprechaun to work on them because engine bays have zero room in them anymore. Even looks like it was from the Civil War like that. That's awesome. Kilroy, you are 100% correct. I have a bay, and you need room. You need a ton of room to work on modern cars. Thanks, Kilroy. I've been bashed over several people, but I feel the same way. Houses aren't lived in. Oh, I agree with you 1,000%, Gilded. Like that's my whole thing. Like that's my whole thing about my channel. Like I love collecting things, but I want them to actually be working. Ugh. Because I'm a fan of cool stuff, but I want it to actually work. Awesome. Got that right. So it's legit. It's a Battlefield pickup. That's awesome. I'm laughing because I own a metal detector and I've actually found money at the beach. I've found all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, wrote the wrong one. Oh, do you know this whole conversation is making me want to bust out my metal detector? In the hills by my house, there's all kinds of crazy trails that connect almost every mountain around here. It's something that I haven't explored, but I really, really want to. Oh, especially in this area. I went to the beach and I found more change, but it was awesome to me, you know. And then I watched this show. I believe it was called Diggers. Anytime they found something, they act like they won the World Series. I was there. I need to look that up. I guarantee you they're on YouTube. I guarantee you they're on YouTube. There are probably some of those people with certain political views who might see the pipe as a minor. Same. Do you know what's really funny? I have a pipe. It's a long story, but I have a pipe from 1978 I ran, and people looked at me like I'm crazy because I smoke out of it. Dude, I love metal detecting, just not super good at it yet. Hey, you know what? It's one of those things. Like it just came to me and I just did it over and over. You know what it is? It's the first time you find something that's not just scrap metal, you're like, oh, this thing works. And what got me into it is there was a man in Oregon who found over $1 million worth of coins. But he was finding like gold doubloons. He was finding currency from throughout time. So he made a bank. Yeah, thank you so much, Butterfly. Thank you so much. Never got metal detecting. Tired of tried it, didn't get hit by that bug. I got my son into it, especially when he was little. I would give that to him because he has patience. And he would skim the ground. He'd have the headphones on. He would hear because basically it's just echolocation, you know. Metal detecting is awesome. I do have a metal detector. I find it to use screws and bolts I drop in the grass. Hey, that's smart. Man, I have many stories about turning rocks into projectiles. Yeah, it's been the weirdo rednecks that act like I should put it on a shelf and pray to. Like the South is gonna rise again. Thank you, brother. I said this last week. Like, I wear a cowboy hat every day, and my black one's getting super ratty. So I'm in this like midlife cowboy hat crisis because I want to get a new one, but it takes a minute to break in a good hat. Gotta have that one cool find, then you're addicted. Absolutely. That's what got me with metal detecting. Oh, I have a picture of when my son was a little guy. We found gobs of change at his elementary school. And I mean, it was in the front of the school. He went to the school that was kind of out in the country. It was so out in the country, it had horse trails behind the school. And so we would go out by the horse trails. Oh, there it is. And we found all kinds of stuff back there. Beautiful. All right. And make sure. Perfect. Beautiful. The Surger definitely is anticlimactic compared to what I had before. The problem is in my area, there's a bunch of industry and mining in the 1800s and early 1900s. That's just completely gone. So if you need a metal detector, here you'll just get rusty lumps of crap. You never know though. Like with wood, there's certain types of wood that sells, you know, and like pre-atomic steel is a big thing here. And I know that because I sold a bunch of scrap from a building, and I was like, what? You want this old metal? But I guess, you know, pre-atomic steel is better than the after. I don't know. But some of the original buildings at my job were built in the late 30s, early 40s. The gym that you guys see me in my videos, that was built in the 50s. And it's really cool because that entire gym was built as a bomb shelter. So that gym is snug as a rug. I always think about when I'm skating in there, like there could be something crazy that happened and I wouldn't know because that room is completely encased. I'm gonna have to redo that last piece. I think that's probably a hot spot. Like, I never thought about detecting schools. Oh, totally. We came up. There was change everywhere. Oh man, my bank used to judge me. I would come in with dusty change and be like, "Put it in my account, thank you." My damn house is older than the oldest building. Is that your job? Well, in California, things are constantly built and rebuilt because of earthquakes. We get a lot of earthquakes, and so that's why a lot of our stuff is new. That's why when you made that comment about downtown, it was kind of shocking to me too, because there's buildings there from the 1910s, and that means they've experienced every earthquake since 1910, you know? And I know for a fact because of my job that we have hardcore building rules here now. Okay, I gotta find my pin cushion. I'm all over the place. Perfect. All right. So I'm gonna add the arms, and then let me pull my mannequin friend down. Beautiful. California is a funny place. We have a weird mix of everything here. It's really a strange place. You know, it's funny. I talk trash about New York, but when I went there, I found it very much to be like a cold California. As far as like being eclectic and being all over the place. All right. I think the Golden Girls chair is definitely going to retire to the living room this year. Oh, perfect. Like I said last week, I wear this all the time, so I keep it right here. It's so huge that like I have a hook where I hang all my really long stuff from, but I'm starting to overload that. So I'm going to have to find a new place for that to live. All right. But my Lucille Ball coat is just, I absolutely love the coat. And I made it extra long on purpose, and it hits. All right, let me switch my camera angle. I think Thank you. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday night. Thank you. All right, let me switch this over. We like to have a good time here in the house of sewing. And that mannequin looks fat with all the layers on it, sort of like Alfred. Do you know what's so funny? It is instinctual as a human being. When you walk into somewhere, if you see something that's a silhouette of a human, your brain is like, that's a human. But because I've been around these mannequins so long, I'm like pointing to something no one can see. Because I've been around these mannequins so long, I don't think of them other than anything else except for like 20 pounds of plastic. But I have a sitting mannequin that's in my closet, and I take it out and put it in my living room every once in a while. Every time I turn the corner, I'm like, oh, I forgot that thing was in here. Because it looks like there is somebody just randomly sitting in my living room. Okay. Gotta find the neck hole. I don't want to put the arm on the neck hole. I wonder how many people have done that while sewing. They have a dress form or something like this and they put it on the wrong side. Oh, this shirt might actually fit. And I puffed out the mannequin too because I've puffed out. 3 shows a week. I plus special bulletins as if I'm working on a video right now. But like I feel like the people that watch my live streams will already know because I keep on accumulating all these really awesome things and not making videos about them anymore. So I'm going to try to incorporate everything that I do throughout the week because I go thrifting all the time. It's just my blood type. It's something I love to do and I always find good deals, but that's because I go thrifting on Tuesdays. Awesome. I couldn't have them things around. I ended up having PTSD and blasting a poor mannequin night in the way to the latrine. You know what it is? It's conditioning. I've been around them my whole life, so they're like not even in my peripheral. But I set this like I have one that sits here all the time. If someone hid in that thing, I would react. Like if somebody I have a Costco bear. And for anyone who doesn't know what a Costco bear is, mine is 6 feet. So I've seen people take the stuffing out of the Costco bear and try to prank people. If you did that to me, like we would end up viral in a different direction. So I feel you on that one. The one that gets me is my shop is on a hill at my job. So people will come into my shop quietly and it's quiet up on that hill. I fall asleep sometimes and people will come in and like I'm going to have to put a bell at the door or something. I loved Major Payne. I loved that movie. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this piece out. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I have to put everything inside out again. I don't know why I put it right side up. I saw myself do it too, and I'm like, what are you doing? I don't know why I did that. Okay. I'm glad I caught that so that my shirt wasn't an inside out mess. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's much better. Let me get a pen here. Joy, if you're still there, I am so curious if you're still sewing on all the things that you have at your house. Oh, wait. You know, I had to put the eagle away because the eagle was scaring people, you know? He has a skeleton around. Do you know what's funny, Ollie? I have 2. But Posey is special because Isaiah named him when he was a little kid. And so Posey lives in the house. He has a platoon of mannequins. I do. They're great dress forms. They are great to sew on. I know why, because you're ultra focused on not putting them on backwards like others you've seen. That's part of my problem too, is that I like, but my brain instantly was like, hey, fix that. Because I am one of those people when I'm doing something, my brain's like, mistake. At first it's a quiet, like, hey, and then it's like, hey, you didn't do that properly. And I'm really big on procedure where if you do something right the first time, you won't have to fix all the mistakes, you know? I didn't know there were other cool people that were into this kind of stuff. I feel like I found something special, dude. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We are all here so just having a great time. So we need to start writing all of these down because now that I have a press, I'm gonna start making 1970s t-shirts. With like the old like Rat Fink designs with the iron-on Rat Fink designs. I was sewing what is it? You wanted to Oh, Joy just wanted to make sure you're still there. And what you're sewing. All right, let me finish this. You're an appreciated member here in the House of Sewing, so I was just wondering what you were doing. All right, Sogra-la. Do you know what's really funny? If someone walked in here, they would be like, "Holy sewing machine, Batman!" So this kind of is like Sogra-la. Especially with my press now. The press makes me feel all professional. It does. I'm not even gonna sit up here in front. Like, I really like having that press. All right. Oops. I completely missed that piece. Hello.
Hello.
Yay.
Put my glasses on so I can see what we're doing.
Rat Fink. When I was a kid, we used to pull the iron-on stuff out of Hot Rod magazines and sew them onto t-shirts. I'm old. I'm old.
They put transfers in the magazines for a while, didn't they?
Oh, a ton. And
yeah.
in BMX. I used to get BMX magazine, and they would put iron-ons in almost every magazine.
I totally forgot about that.
That was my era. That was my era. That was like also my parents weirdly embraced my love for sewing. So they would like, hey dude, go get the iron, we'll show you how to do it. So it was something that was awesome.
That's nice. Oh, thanks, Joy. How is everyone doing tonight? I've been lurking in the chat. Nice to see you, Gilly. I'm glad you spoke up. Hello to the lurkers.
Absolutely. Anyone watching, you are welcome here in the House of Sewing. We are everyone's welcome as long as you're not, fighting people. I didn't know what to say about that one. We're nice around here. I have 36 to make. Yikes.
Wow. 36 left, or you have 36 total? Oh.
I'm so excited. Alibaba, I've been pressing like all morning. I was just looking for stuff to press. And all my flannels are so nice now.
I was pulling out napkins from the drawer.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Yay. Hi, pretty lady.
Oh,
Your parents knew that was really cool and special skill. They were all right. When I first started sewing for the first person, I made 40 pairs of pants in a week. I'm slower now. Do you know what's really funny? For as much as I sew, like if someone asked me to make what I make, I would be like, oh, really good here. And now, oh, that's right. Ollie has a new computer.
What'd you get?
Awesome. Yay.
I'd curtsy, but I'm sitting down. Hello, butterfly.
Started on a new medication today. They had to UPS it overnight to me. The pill bottle is the size of a small flashlight, but they sent it in a cooler big enough for an 18 bag.
Oh, wow. So how are you feeling, Kilroy? I mean,
Especially
It's
new. Sorry, go
Hmm?
ahead. No, I'm chocked full of coffee. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, if that was like just tweaking something, or if you weren't feeling well and you needed a whole overhaul again, or, how are you doing? Feel so much more normal now. I'm not the only one that geeks out on garment production. They get jacked up about fabric. You're in the right place, Gilly.
In the past I think it's been longer than 4 months. Like YouTube says it's been 4 months since I started going downtown, but it feels like longer. I've purchased hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of yards of fabric just in a 4 month period. It feels like longer though. Slow motion. You know what though? I was talking about this today, Joy. When I was younger, I was considered kind of a tough guy, and I'm not like jumping on horses like I used to. In my 40s, things hurt more than they did and when I was like 16, 17, 18, 19, I had a reputation of doing fearless things I would never do now. So,
Are we talking about you feeling slow lately, or are we talking about me roboting again?
No, you're good. You're not robotic.
Okay. All right.
I'm no, just the older I get, I can't heal like I used to. I felt invincible as a kid.
Young and foolish.
Absolutely.
Goodness.
Those are not necessarily those are peas and carrots right there.
I am not a professor. I worked as a graduate assistant for a while, but
Oh, speaking of really quickly, Kilroy, today I put Sweet Baby Ray's on my chicken and I thought of you today. And I have 2 open bottles in my refrigerator. It made me laugh, and they're both halfway.
Clearly, I'm going to have to get some. I mean, my grandmother loved barbecue sauce.
It's just what's at the store. Like I was obsessed with Bullseye in the 80s, KC Masterpiece. They really don't make any of that stuff anymore. So Sweet Baby Ray's is the next thing, I need to get another copy from a source. I just have to remember the archive.
Oh, copy of
I was trying to see all my sewing files and slow. I lost one file. So the more that my dude bro file 1 grows and grows, there are certain things that get erased over time too. So I get that. Every time I transfer it, like something ends up missing.
Maybe you need to transfer part at a time.
Well, like I had like all this stuff that I took from CBS, and I thought they were gonna copyright strike me, and they didn't. So I kept it in my computer, and it's not there anymore. Well, the picture's there, but it says we cannot access this file because we don't have the file.
Oh.
Previous treatment didn't work. This medication is supposed to focus like a laser on the problem, so I'm confident this one will work. We shall see. Definitely feeling some effects though. Absolutely, Kilroy. We hope it works.
Yeah. Let us know how you're doing.
I was an airborne soldier, got out and became a climbing arborist. Is that it? I can't have my glasses on. Will you read that?
I was an airborne soldier, got out and became a climbing arborist. Oh, I got cut out of a tree at about 30 feet up a week ago. Oh my goodness. Looks like I'm going to be doing a lot more sewing, and maybe even some museum piece. Getting older is painful. Well, I imagine when you fall out of a tree, that's going to be painful for anybody.
Okay, but I'll tell you, I fell out of a tree at 29, and it's different when you fall out of a tree in your 40s.
True.
I jumped up 29. I was like, "What's up? What's up? Nothing hurt." When you're older, it hurts.
Gilly, do you watch Escape to Rural France? This guy is restoring an old chateau that got burned out in a fire in the 70s, I think. And he's been doing a lot of work on the trees on his property, and he has a tree expert. You might enjoy watching The Tree Expert.
I need to get that title. There's like, I went and I took a crash course in geology of all things, and because I can say alluvial soil and know what the soil's made out of in my area. I'm considered the rock guy now. But that's definitely something that I want to get into. Oh, they still, I think your Walmart and mine is different. Do they sell Twinkies at your Walmart? Because they don't sell them at mine anymore. I need some KC Masterpiece. That reminds me of being a kid. I loved that stuff. Mine was filed corrupted, damaged from the main drive. You're 37. Oh, you're almost there. Hurt like I was 87. Things just, oh man, you should see me in the morning. Everything hurts. And you're roboting again. Now you're roboting.
All right. I'm going to jump out and jump back in. Here we go.
When you get out of the airport and your joints are screwed up, absolutely. Absolutely. Anything that taxes your body like that. That's why in professional sports, you're considered old by like 29, because you've taxed your body. I think that's really what it is.
There's, I think also, you use your body a lot, which makes it function more and gives you more mobility and longevity, but also, injuries and then when you're used to having so much movement and mobility, then if you're injured or something, you're like, wait a minute, I can't rotate my head 360 degrees. There's something wrong.
Oh man, just yesterday I kind of had a stiff neck. I freaked out. I did full body stretch. I ran a full diagnostic at that moment. I was like, oh no, you will not hurt. I think it's on my feed, like an old stone structure, right? Says the name one more time. Oh, see, what's the name of that channel?
Escape to Rural France. I just put it in the chat.
Awesome. I have an honorary 101st and 82 patches from 1979 last regular. Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
I have all my grandfather's stuff and my dad's stuff, but I really don't mess with it because I feel like it's like not stolen valor, but I do wear some of the Bennington stuff because that was like sold to the families. But there are certain things that I won't wear. Like he wore a Gator Navy shirt. I would feel wrong wearing it because I was never in the Gator Navy in 1961,
Well, I mean, I feel like if to people not in the know, you're honoring the military. To people who are in the know, clearly you were not in the military in 1960. And so you can start a conversation about your family and, how proud of your father you are. And that's my opinion. But military people might have a different opinion.
Well, it's different, like, because I grew up around the POW MIA crowd and the Lost Patrol people that actually went to Vietnam to bring people back. I have more of I'll wear a POW MIA patch, but because it has meaning to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time I think of that patch, I think of being in my Boy Scout uniform, being in a smoky room, and winning a shotgun at a raffle. And my mom's like, "Thank you." she took that thing in 0.5 seconds. Man, that's so old school. A bunch of like veterans are like, oh, he won the raffle. He gets to have it. I get Twinkies too. I'm going to go to Pennsylvania just to go to Walmart. I'm going to go to Gilroy's Walmart because they don't sell Twinkies by my house anymore. Absolutely. Enjoy. I was issued the patches, but I've never worn them. I'm weird about that. I actually asked kids about this. I'm really weird because, like, in my culture, people wear military stuff all the time and they're not in the military. Or I know people that wear hockey jerseys and aren't even into hockey.
I mean, I can understand if they're not on a team, but they don't even like hockey and they're wearing the jersey.
They like the way it looks, or to have a color that represents something that to them.
Okay.
I know. I grew up watching NASCAR. I know people that wear NASCAR jerseys and have never seen a race in their life. I'm weird. I won't wear like if I haven't been to the city, I won't wear it. Like my New Jersey Devils hockey jersey. There's probably 20 people that would trip out when they saw me wearing that because I've actually been there. And it's called the Garden State for a reason. I think you can wear whatever you want. Just don't say, yeah, I was in the Navy SEAL. That's true. That is so true. Stolen Valor is weird to me. Yep, I was there with the old guys that took. That's like me walking up to someone and be like, 101st Bastion. That was like, 80 years ago. I wear all sorts of military stuff. See, I don't know where that, like, I wear a Canada shirt that I got in Canada at a total tourist spot, but I love this shirt. I wear it all the time. But I'm not Canadian. Just not patched. I grew up around shitloads of vets. They don't give a shit. They did complain about civilians who thought they could speak for them, though. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's why I finished with, I'm not in the military.
Well, it's weird, though. I say that, too. My cousin and I have actually 2 cousins of mine. We're the only people to not serve in the military in my family since the Revolutionary War.
Oh, my goodness. Even your mom? Oh, on your...
My dad, those on my dad's side, they've been here since the jump. They were like, brought in the third wave of people being brought here.
Imported visitors.
Yeah. Oh, it makes me so mad. Let's not go down that street. Oh, I'm not. I don't live in that state. We can still say words. Woof. Oh, it's a good stream. Wednesday is this is a good stream. They also told me that the vets who do complain about stolen valor probably swept the floor. My dad used to. Oh gosh. I actually knew someone that said out loud, oh, you probably scrubbed toilets in Kandahar. But they had been there. Hey, like, I got the bone to pick with you. Why y'all calling that ham bacon? I did ask that question when I went to Canada, and people were like, that's not funny. Just shut up and eat. Shut up and eat, eh? Good time.
I'm glad you feel right at home, Killy. Let's see. We'll wait for Alibaba's response. Alibaba says, I have talked to so many World War I vets. I can go to the battlefield and know and remember where some of them were way back in 1917. Wow. Those must be quite some conversations to have. Either that or you're a vampire and you're just pretending.
I like to think it's a combination of both. Oh man, I don't have my TV on. All the hockey scores are going off, and I don't even have my TV on. It's been a crazy day. I'm a real soccer dad. Today, I earned my soccer dad wings. Today was just driving around. When I was texting you on IG, I was in my car.
Oh goodness.
Well, I was not driving. To all parties concerned,
I assumed so. I hoped I was assuming correctly.
I'm not trying to like cash up or be cool. I like the fact that my state, you're not allowed to talk on your cell phone while driving. I can't even switch a CD and drive. I'm one of those people. And I know I'm aging myself. I'm old. And where is it? I just found one of my old CD carriers. I'm going to put that in my car. Okay, let's go. I'm really genuinely happy I found you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. We like to have a good time here. Do you know, I've said this all the time. Everyone's here's probably tired of hearing about it, but there's too much drama on the internet. I'm just going to be one less person, you know? And you know what? I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect at all, but I just try to be one less problem.
That's a good way to put it.
No, because I think that's why I try to keep it at sewing and just having a good time and my so-felled gripes of the day, you know. What we call it, back bacon. You know what I eat? I eat lengua burritos because I'm a Southern Californian, so you can call it whatever you need. Oh my gosh, I had to. So today, my son has ASD and he's an extremely picky human. I love beef ribs. I can't even tell you how much I love beef ribs, but I can't eat them like I used to because they're not good for you. And I had a conversation with my son today. I have to take one to Boer was a vet too, but I am not a vampire. I swear. Yeah, the jury's not out on that one.
Just what a vampire would say. They would be
Exactly.
incognito.
That is amazing, though. Yeah, that's exactly. See, we're skeptical over here. We're vampire hunters over. Oh, excuse me. But I had to have a speech with my son today that there is no difference between a burger and beef ribs. Tell me, is there a difference between a hamburger and a rack of beef ribs? Same animal.
Some people have problems because it reminds them that when they eat beef that they're eating a creature.
Oh, I didn't know you have similar laws in PA. It is one of my biggest pet peeves now when I see people on their cell phone. I'm old. It's and you know what's so funny? I for as goofy as I am, for as all over the places I am, when I drive, I'm at 10 and 2. But that's because I've been in a major car accident in my recent life. I've talked to thousands of World War II vets too. I really should be doing more with all I know. You should write a book. Like I journaled forever. I wrote down all the experiences. I had the beautiful happenstance of growing up around people that were born in 1917, 1919. So when they talked, I would listen. And like their stories kind of continue with me, you know. It's a beautiful thing when something like that moves on from era to era.
I had to do an interview with someone 2 generations removed for a class I took in college, and they recommended a family member because you could work on a family tree and stuff. And I had a really interesting conversation with my grandmother, who had been in Coventry during World War II. Just you find out stories that had never been told to you before, and
Oh, especially Coventry. See, I could listen to that for hours. I watch old Thames interviews when they were interviewing Victorian humans. I love that. That's actually something I watch too. You know, it's really quick. I go out of my way to watch non-political things on YouTube. I say this all the time. I'm subscribed to a pack of orcas, to bear. Ollie suggested a national park. I'm still subscribed to it. I get a notification from them almost every morning. I'm subscribed like 4 or 5 different Africa cams. I'm subscribed to this really weird cam in Jamaica. It just popped up one day. I was like, subscribe, and I people watch people in Jamaica. Because people walk into the hot stuff all the time because they're on their phone. Yes. Yes. It drives me. Or my new thing is people just don't in LA, you need to go pace the traffic. And somebody will hold everybody else up because they're texting and driving. That is very true, Ollie. Very true. Record the stories one way that you can upload them to archives. You know what though? I watch a lot of old interviews from people from like, when they would catch people that were 100 in 1960. And they say some pretty awful things, and they don't censor them one bit on YouTube. It's the stories because the combat that means the most. Absolutely. The channel on here that is a guy reading from a German POW's journal. I actually have a documentary. The Brits invented what we know as the spy microphone, and they put microphones every time they would capture people. They would put microphones in their cells. And I've read the transcripts and watched a documentary about it. That stuff will make the hair stand up on the back of your neck.
Mm. My
I mean,
grandmother told a story during the war. The soldiers at the local barracks saved up their ration coupons and pooled them together so that my grandmother could make a trifle. And the young soldier who was taking it back to the barracks tripped on his way back
oh,
and dropped the dish. Oh, that would be heartbreaking. Can you imagine? And then having to get back and explain what had happened to this. Oh, saved for trifle.
he was never spoken to again.
Mm.
They didn't speak to him for like 2 weeks.
He never lived that down, I'm sure.
Yeah.
My grandmother told the story like her whole life. That was, she'd always come back to the trifle that was dropped on the way home.
I love stories like that, though. I love stories like that. Like, my dad told me a bunch of military stories, and then when he got really old, there was a few stories he slipped out. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think you should have told me that. There were a couple of things he told me. I'm like, those might be state secrets, dude. No, because he had told the same stories over and over, and as he got older, he got more comfortable, and he started saying things, and I'm like, oh, you never said that was that close.
Mm.
Oh, that's so funny. Wednesdays have these streams. Wednesdays have been awesome. Do you know what's so funny? I swore I was going to make 2 of these, and I haven't even pinned my other arm on.
Well,
I really want to work with that black material, but I have a feeling I'm just going to make a sweatshirt out of it. It's like really thick legging material.
huh.
To me, it's like, it reminds me of, it's not polyester, it's cotton, but it reminds me of polyester because it's weirdly stretchy.
So it's like a knit then instead of woven.
Yes. And it's
Okay.
really thick though. I really want to, and it's so heavy. It is so, I put it on the scale and it said 31.
What about some lounge pants? Lounge pants and a hoodie.
Come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. You know I am here for Three's Company wear. I want to go to the Regal Beagle. I want to hang out with Larry. I don't even drink. I just want to sit there and be cool with my shirt open. Oh my gosh. That's not a bad idea.
Well, I didn't mean that kind of lounge pants, but I'm here for it now that you've said.
Well, you know which direction I'm going to lead this entire conversation to. I think because, I always have a saying when people try to relive certain eras, I'm always like, it's because you weren't there. And that's my thing. Like when I was a kid, I was a bit of a sick kid. So I was always home watching television. I love Threes. We've already had the speech. If it's from the 60s or 70s or 80s, I've watched it,
Mm-hmm.
And Three's Company that's my jam. Oh.
Kill Joy. Oh my goodness. Joy has a great idea for you. I'll just wait for you to get there and read it yourself. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Whoa. Come and knock on my door.
May I put myself on the list for some yards of indigo wool? If you have any to spare, I would love some.
I don't drink, but I'll have a cup of coffee. Exactly. I'd hang out at Cheers too. Are you kidding me? With Sam, I'm there. I loved that show. Pants to wear under the chaps because your jeans have saggy paws. It's okay. I'll tell you why. I didn't think we were going to get to this portion of the show, but here we are. I wear baggier clothes to not send the wrong impression to people. It's kind of like a woman who is more in doubt up front who wears baggy sweatshirts all the time. I wear baggy pants because it's not that kind of party.
Either that or you're just pretending it's not that kind of party. Because you
Come
were
and knock on my
feeling those
door.
chaps the other day.
Oh, I was feeling them. And I made a video in my video too. I'm in my hallway, just chaps, just oh.
Bye, Butterfly.
Have a great night, Butterfly.
Good to see you. Oh, someone mentioned, was it Butterfly? Someone. This is just a regular size cup. It was just the angle of the, it's a latte cup, so it's like 16 ounces. It's not a mega House of Sewing cup.
I have issues and I don't like to sleep apparently. Suspenders. I actually have red ones that make me look like I was in America History X. Do you know it's certain things that ruin certain things? But like, is that wrong if I wear red suspenders? I think they're right here. They were very 1990. Oh, my Stone Cold Steve Austin headband is in here. I'm all about memorabilia here in the House of Sewing. What about, I have these red ones. I guess they're kind of firefighter-ish.
All right. Why not? Is there something I don't know about suspenders?
In the 90s, the Yahtzees would wear red suspenders with white t-shirts.
Oh, well, maybe don't do that.
That's why they're sitting. But these actually have value to me because these were my grandfather's.
Yeah.
That's why
well,
they're in here.
Just don't wear them with a white t-shirt.
I wouldn't even have said anything if I didn't have to. I knew I'd have to explain that one to you because you like are a normal person.
Why do I feel insulted?
No. I am rode hard and put up wet from the world. So I know all the underbelly of the world.
That sounds amazing, Gilly.
Yeah, send it to Waternay. It'll finally give me an excuse to. Well, that's a conversation for later. Come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. I have that song in my head now. Three's Company was my show. I had the die left over from an 1873 federal issue shirt that called for indigo. Wow. I've been looking to make Regency era style Victorian, then Edwardian style pants. What are the pants that have those huge golf things on the side? What are those called?
Like jodhpurs?
The dictator pants. I didn't want to say it. They're like the big. I can't. I don't know what I'm talking about sometimes. Even though the idea is there, the words just aren't there. They're like they used to wear them in golf. They had those big sideways pleats on the side. I can't remember what they're called.
Oh, in golf, like +4s or something.
Yeah, they had those huge flaps on the side. They make you look crazy.
Wait, are you okay? Because we're talking about two kinds here. There were the ones that like where the leg kind of went out, and then it had the buttons, but they were like a stiff material. And then you had the ones that were like more balloony at the bottom.
No, I want the ones. Yes, Ronald McDonald pants. The ones with the triangles on the side.
Okay, well, like those, I think that's the kind of jodhpur.
Just let me know where. Awesome.
Okay. You can message me over on Instagram if you like.
Balloon trouser. Yes, polished assemble is much easier to find than I am, apparently. I didn't even know the name of my own Instagram.
You can message me at Polished and Assembled or Waternay, Waternai. Both of those will reach me.
I think Waternay is right. We're gonna make a song and have a whole dance of Waternay was right. Oh, now I have Klingon dubstep in my head. Why you always calling us when she wants your drama? Do you know that's not, when is that coming back? It's not coming back until April, I think.
April.
Something I've been looking up the shows
I'm
because
waiting.
there's quite a few that are, and Discovery's coming back as well for a 5th season.
Nice.
They have to break the curse of Enterprise because Enterprise only lasted 4 seasons.
I enjoyed that show. I've liked them all. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not hardcore enough.
Do you know what's funny? That place is my happy place. Between that and DS9, in my brain, I live on both. I live on DS9 and I live on the NX whatever 101 or whatever it was called. I love Enterprise. That was my show. I have it on Blu-ray. I literally bought a Blu-ray player just because I have all of that on Blu-ray.
Very sensible. You didn't like DS9? Oh dear.
You didn't like, oh, come on. My picture is Ben Siska.
I'm wounded.
That is like, that's my show. That is my show. But if anyone's into Babylon 5, they kind of they like, Babylon 5 was first, and the shows are very similar. Oh, no worries, Alibaba. I'm a
Lies.
geek.
We're offended.
I'm a geek, but I'm not one of those geeks. I'm not. I'm you know. That reminds me. I have my patch. So the color is goldenrod that they used to wear.
I wouldn't say that it's goldenrod. Well, okay, maybe like in some of the later ones you could say it's goldenrod.
Because like some of them wear oh good. I am obsessed with Stargate. I just don't talk about it. I am obsessed. I'm reading a Stargate book, which I actually have like 10 more pages, but I've made friends, so everybody wanted to talk to me tonight. So I didn't get to finish my book. I would have been done. I would have been done in 20 minutes. But people kept on walking up to me, and I'm just like, oh damn it, let me put it in my pocket. Star SG1 is my show. That's my show. And Atlantis.
Okay, we can be friends again. You like Voyager.
Voyager is amazing. Stargate. Oh man. Between Farscape and Stargate, it just reminds me of being a certain age, and every time I came home, they were on TV.
Farscape was a thrilling good show.
Frail, yeah. That's like frack. When I watched the reboot of Battlestar Galactica, I remember someone looked at me and they're like, all right, right now, I need to know, what does frack mean? Because you've been saying it way too much, and I don't think, they lost it on me. I fracking loved saying frack. And it's frag, but it graduated into frack because the way people were saying it in the actions, it just sounded like what the frack, but it's what the frag. Never got into Stargate. I wore out the tapes of the movie when I was a kid, though. That movie was amazing. I still have it. I have it on VHS and DVD.
I saw that in the theater back in the day, and that scene when they're in the like catacomb place and they keep dropping down with the rings and like sneaking up on people. Oh my word. Like in the dark in the theater, you're like, it was so tense.
Awesome. That is so awesome. It was so intriguing too, just the idea of hopping to new dimensions and different narratives. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was raised hardcore religious, so like it really helped dispel a lot of things too. So I loved that show. I absolutely loved that show. I'm reading one of their original books right now, and I am entering yet another series of books that it's going to take me a while. I fall into these weird series, and then because we live in the Amazon era, I'm like, okay, I'll just buy every Stargate book that's ever been put out. Oh, there's only like, I don't know, 150, 200 by now.
You'll be done that in no time.
But the same with Star Trek, they go down rabbit holes. There are books about characters who only appeared once or twice in Deep Space Nine. There's actually a character who technically never appeared, but she was spoken of. There are 4 books made about her.
Huh.
They get detailed in the Star Trek world.
I used to know some people who read the books, and I wanted to borrow one. And this person was more of a frenemy than a friend, was like, oh, well, if you don't know this and that, then you can't read the book, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, goodness.
That's what happens with a lot of the purists and people who are really, really into something. And it's like, yeah, okay. Sometimes I sit on both sides of that fence. There are people who hated the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. Like I say all the time, I call my sewing machines the fleet. I think of that show. That was my show,
It just didn't make any sense because, I mean, I would watch the shows, and if you're going to read the books, you have to start somewhere. It wasn't even like this person said, oh, well, this one probably isn't a good place to start. You should start with this other one over here. Let me loan it to you. They're like, no, such and such.
My cousin did that with the Viking sagas on one of my ancient tablets I had like 8 or 9 years ago. He downloaded all these Carl Sagan books, but he also downloaded every Viking saga he could possibly find, but they weren't in order. So I would find something and I would read it, and then something else would be like, oh, before this and this, and I'm like, oh crud. Like, where am I? Like, so that whole mythology is confusing to me because I didn't get it in order.
Neil Gaiman came out with a book on Viking mythology, Norse mythology. I haven't read it yet, but I bought it.
I'm still mad I let my son destroy that tablet. It was a first generation tablet, but that thing was better than an iPad. At least back then. This was a decade ago. But I let my child destroy it.
Well, you can get a new one, and the stuff on your account is still on your account.
Well, it's on the hard, like it had massive amounts of memory. This is back when they the technology was they didn't know that their inevitable goal was to rip us off. So this particular thing worked well. It had huge amounts of storage space and a giant screen. It was actually quality for that era of tablets. Now that I look back, because we pay high prices for something that's similar that I had almost a decade ago. This thing oh, sorry, go ahead.
I felt that way about the internet for a while because it's like, oh, you get all this like faster access and everything. But what would end up happening is they would just put more and more stuff on the internet, the pages would have more pictures and more movement and animation and all of that. And so it's like, okay, well, we're not really getting there any faster.
I know. I agree. It's so funny. You and I are having a conversation right now over the internet, but like I really didn't get into it until my late 30s. Because I'm a very tactile human, says the hoarder sitting in a room of stuff. He can walk around like, oh, let me touch this, blah, blah, blah. But like, I wasn't anti-internet, but it just, to me, I would only go on YouTube for documentaries and music videos.
Mm-hmm.
And then I discovered the world of people talking to each other. We have so much wrong. I feel that about history in general. There's a lot of stories that we tell each other, a lot of lies, a lot of like, the Romans were the best at taking over someone's culture and completely trashing it and saying, oh, these people never existed, when they did.
Mm.
And so I think a lot of history we just don't know got erased, or people, they X people out of history.
Yeah, it's interesting when they find historical documents that are about the same set of events, but written from two different sides.
Absolutely. Or like they're still finding the Egyptian, what we think of Egypt, their culture stood for 10,000 years.
Mm.
I don't think people, like, we think of time as moments, not like geological time. Because when you think in geological time, you're thinking of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, But Alexa, how old is the United States of America?
The United States of America is 243 years old, having declared independence from British imperialism in 1776.
Rah, rah, sewing machine. Thank you, Alexa. Thank you.
Anytime. Literally.
So there has to be some history lost in 10,000 years,
Mm.
We can't agree. America's 243 years old. We can't agree with stuff that happened 100 years ago or 200 or 400 years ago,
Or when we get this idea that progress is linear instead of cycles and learning things and then things being forgotten and having to go back and rediscover. And
oh yeah, will you read the chat? I'm never gonna finish this shit.
Sure. Sure. Let's see, we missed a couple going back. Gilded says nothing wrong with that, dude. The books are really cool. And then I love lore spin-offs. Alibaba said, I mostly read historical text and associated papers and books. Interesting. And Gilded said, that is an extremely interesting culture and history to read into. We had so much wrong or misconstrued about the Norse people.
Oh, God.
And then that's why I rely mainly on the people's written and spoken history. And then Alibaba said, when I was a kid, I was told the Romans didn't venture into the woods. Well, that's ridiculous. BS. Where would they have gotten the large beams from? I found a road with with mile marker in the woods. And then Gilded said, the people there around Giza will tell you what the books teach the West is not true. And they will tell you there were stories of a much more ancient culture. Mm-hmm. And Kilroy says, or look at China. They're so old that the oldest historical account we have doesn't know how old China is. It says, as far as they know, it's been around there forever.
Although that gets me so mad. There's a book I have. It's called History's Timeline. In the book, it skips like 2,000 or 3,000 years, and I'm like, something happened in these 2,000 or 3,000 years. It goes from like beginning of time, Minoans. And I was like, wait a minute, you skipped a lot of stuff.
Or when they say, humans have been around for, 150,000 years, or humans as we know it, 100. Anyway, and I'm like, well, surely we were doing something in all that time before the last 5 to 10,000 years that we happen to have some records about.
Stories. I'm telling you, it's the stories we tell ourselves so we can sleep at night. Because it's funny, that's the stuff that keeps me up at night. Like, I want to know what those people were doing. I'm the inquisitive one that wants to know.
I find like when they talk about how the archaeologists found the site where Troy is, and all the layers of this city was built on top of this city, which was built on top of this other one, which was built on top of this other one. And...
We built this city. We built this city on. I can't believe I'm singing Kiss. Did I just sing Kiss? I just sang a band I don't even like.
No, that's not Kiss.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
That's Starship.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Not a
I think
Kiss.
it's Starship. Oh dear. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, I'm thinking I'm singing Detroit Rock City. We built this city on rock.
Let's see. Alibaba said, imagine what history text would be if the Library of Alexandria wasn't burnt down in antiquity.
They would have been lost anyways, Ollie. Scrolls require consistent recopying because of the decay. I think about that all the time. After the fall of Rome, there would have been the personal requirement to maintain the library. They were required, like, that's the one thing about the Catholic Church is that they pretty much recorded everything. They wrote everything down. Oh, wow. I'll be getting into the mountains of Mississippi in 2 weeks to look at one of the research teams that think the irrigation and plumbing, that thinks it's irrigation and plumbing, if I can walk.
Wow.
Okay, that was Jefferson Starship. Okay, good. You know, I for anyone who likes Kiss, it's just a personal thing. A long time ago, I went and saw Aerosmith and Kiss. And people didn't start filing in until Kiss stopped playing.
Oh no.
There weren't too. And you know what the funny thing is that Kiss is considered an LA band now because when they had the stadium series, every year they play hockey outside now. And they pick teams. It's usually in cold weather places. They had a game at Dodger Stadium. And it was the Ducks and the Kings. And who played it at the end of the quarter? It was Kiss. And the whole time they're playing, I'm like, these people do not represent LA. They've lived here longer than I've been alive. They represent LA. This guy's an expert on Greek and Roman history. Here's this video. Awesome. I need new stuff to watch. I went to the library. That was, oh, wow. It's true. Like, I can't, like, for as much as I don't like them, they've lived here longer than me. And Gene Simmons is actually well known in Los Angeles. Like, well known. All right.
I'm sending the Alexandria video to myself.
Move this stuff around. I swear this is a sewing channel. I swear.
You've been sewing? What are you worried about?
I know. I just like coming with my constant disclaimers. I can't believe I found this Stone Cold Steve Austin. I am the original owner of this. I got this in the 90s. And I wore this when I thought I was going to be a snowboarder, and I realized I'm not born to be strapped into a board.
Man, YouTube's telling me I have to guard my privacy and abide by community guidelines. I jumped out. And so now I have to, put all messages on again, make sure I don't kick out Seraphim, the usual.
Can I just say, I'm glad that you did that first. Especially on my computer, if I double click, it'll say, do you want to kick this person out? I'm like, hey man, I'm just trying to get their comment.
I just just had my phone in my hand, and I guess my finger like wrapped around or something. Next
You-
thing I knew, it's telling me that I've ousted Seraphim. Poor Seraphim. I'm sorry if you're watching.
I do like it though. You know what though? I like the option to bot people, but like I haven't had a good troll in a while. I haven't had a good troll in a while. So, you know, and it's because we're all nice and welcoming here. A troll would watch and be like, these guys they're not even worth trolling. Oh wow. Oh wow. They like I have Prodigy stuck in my head. I'm in this weird thing of watching concerts on YouTube. I think it's because part of me misses going to festivals, but I'm scared to go into public.
I understand.
But I miss, like, I used to go to Slayer shows, and you would see 200 people in a circle just raw, especially when they played anything from like South of Heaven, or like when you hear the da-na-na-na-na-na, people would just start going crazy. The youth in me misses that. The old man in me is like, oh no, they're not wearing masks. We are not we are not going there.
Well, that was Kilroy who sent that, but
I'm gonna go to
I'm gonna watch it too. If I'd seen it, I would have sent it to you. What are you doing? You're gonna what?
What do you mean, troll? Like someone? Yeah, a troll, like someone who is maliciously coming to say evil. Just comes in a malicious way.
They want to stir things up by saying bad things.
Absolutely, I'm the same way. I am the same way. What's the saying? The youth is always wasted on the young. But I miss that feeling, you know, of festivals. I don't miss the $5 waters and the $40 t-shirts that shrunk on you the first time you watched them. We do get into food fights. We do. Oh, by the way, today, like, 2 days of Jack in the Box free.
Oh, well done. Well done.
That's a full 2 days where I have not gone to Jack in the Box. The problem is my son's MMA class is right there. And I mean, it's like less than 150 feet. Like, it's literally right there. I walk out of the shopping center. You know what's funny? I'm such a Californian. I walk past 2 Mexican restaurants to go to Jack in the Box. Like 2, and I know both of them are quality. Because in my town, people do not play when it comes to Mexican food. So both of them are, I've been to both of them. And the place on the corner is actually where I get my lengua burritos.
And yet you go to Jack in the Box. Why? What's the draw?
Because they have fried churros.
Mm.
Tap that in my veins. Sometimes I need to get checked for the PD. I have fallen in love with fried churros. Absolutely fallen in love with them. You don't wish me we could have the brains we have now in the body. 20 years ago, I think about that all the time. But it would be weird to be transported back to high school and having to live under my parents' rule again.
Yeah.
I had a long conversation with somebody because we were talking about time travel, and they were like, "But you like, what if you had to go to high school over?" And we both were like, "Oh." Because what if time travel isn't what you think it is? A hot dog is not a sandwich. It's a wrap. Oh, you really want to fight? It's a sandwich. A sandwich has all sides open. Open faced is like chicken a la king and a sandwich.
Part of the troll is being played by Alibaba.
No, because look, I'm a bread hound, and if I have hot dog buns, I'll put ham and cheese in it and eat it like a ham. It's a sandwich. A hot dog is a sandwich. Oh, damn it. We are food fighting. I'm a bread guy. If I could cut it and put some turkey and ham in there, I'd call it a sandwich. A hot dog is a hot dog. I'm so glad to hear that your son's involved, and MMA is so good for kids' discipline, physical health, and oh yeah, yeah, and like especially nowadays, like I like you teach them how to form fight. You're right. It's about discipline and everything. It's growing on me. A hot dog is a hot dog. It's its own category. Okay, what's a taco then? This is
Crispy
the
Mexican sandwich or sauce.
racist. They eat tacos in Belize too. They
All
eat
right. Well,
tacos in
a,
El Salvador and
a Latin American sandwich.
do you know how disappointed I was when I went to Guatemala and they had tacos and burritos?
Why were
I
you
was like,
disappointed?
I wanted something, something extraordinary. I thought they had
Well,
tortas, or I know
I
that's
mean,
Cuba. I know
they
that's
probably
Cuban.
did
Don't
have
at me.
special Guatemalan food. You just, you didn't see it for the tacos.
A sub is not a sandwich either. Oh Lord. A taco is a wrap. What about hard shell taco though? Like, okay, okay, what's the difference between a taquito and a burrito?
One's tiny and fried and tends to not have much in it besides meat.
If you go to certain places, you will only have options of fried burritos. If you were to order a burrito, they fry it right in front of you after they assemble it.
I've never had a fried burrito.
Whoa! My hat almost fell off when you said that. Oh
Goodness.
my! I hold on. Let me gasp. You've never had a fried burrito?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna take you to dinner. I'm gonna take you. Fried burritos are amazing.
Like deep fried or pan fried?
Either one. You've never had a chimichanga before?
Well, I've had one that's been like a little toasted in a pan, but I haven't had one that's deep fried or like fried in oil, like an amount of oil.
I agree with Kilroy. That's why it's hard for me to watch my son. And weightlifting is terrible for children. Before we get into the fight, soft shelled tacos are a wrap for sure. Portable nachos, I like that. I don't know, but both are a wrap. Chimichanga is a fry. Chimichangas are so bomb. I actually love chimichangas so much. I got food poisoning from a gas station chimichanga somewhere in Ashland, Oregon. Somewhere in 2000. Oh my gosh. That was like my first trip up there by myself. So that was like 01 or something like that. But yeah, I got sick off of chimichanga and I still eat those. So be careful from gas station sushi and gas station
Oh
chimichanga.
my! See, you're just asking for food poisoning when you do that.
It's because I love fried food. I'm addicted to fried food. You could fry a tire, and I would eat it. You could put fried tire. I'd be like, oh, let me try that. Let me try that. Never had fried tire. We don't have fried burritos here either. Oh, they're so good. Oh, you guys! Now I'm craving a restaurant that won't open until like 10 tomorrow morning. My son's gonna be like, Mexican food for breakfast? Heck yeah! I bet it's so worth it though. Oh, they're so good. No, ma'am, you gotta submerge that bad boy. Absolutely. Quote of the evening: gas station chimichanga just screams Ebola. I got sick. It's so funny. And I went to a weird this was such an experience because I was a kid. I had my 1983 Ford Ranger. I was scared because I was so far away from LA. And I pulled into this weird hotel and I just checked in. I was like, I think I got food poisoning. I paid my thing. They left me alone the entire time. I drank water. Like they were good to me. Because I got food poisoning. Still here listening. Yay! I'm at a rest stop. Awesome, Commander. Great to see you. Awesome. It's like that tribe of people that climb the cliffs for Mad Honey gas station chimichanga. I'm climbing that cliff. I will eat anything fried. Everyone has an awesome night. Awesome, Commander. Great to see you. Thank you for stopping by earlier too. I'm an explorer. Still to this day. When people say like, "Oh, will you eat the green tamale?" I'm going to say no and give you a feasible reason why you should never eat a green tamale.
I think there's different kinds of green tamale.
I ate a cactus tamale and almost had to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Maybe just have the one with the tomatillo sauce.
I was in the middle of Michoacan, and quite honestly, if you ask me where I was, I still don't know where I was, and never eat the green tamale. Just a word to the wise. And I thought I could eat anything because I'm a desert dweller. Not true. Not true. Risk reward? Absolutely. I may very well eat a chimichanga that I found somewhere.
It's picturing you picking up some chimichanga from the trail. You're like, yeah, that's fine.
Man, if there was a chimichanga on the trail, I'd be scared of a trap. You got to look for the box and the big stick. You got to start looking around. That's how you give me. Or like, I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud, but if you ever wanted to kidnap me, just put a sign that says free Juki and point it somewhere. I would jump in that van. I would jump in the free Juki van. Oh, look left, look right, take a bite. A rope snatches you up. Absolutely, exactly. Gotta be careful. That's how you get me. Free Juki or a chimichanga, apparently. I can't believe I'm talking. That chimichanga put me out. I'm telling you. But you know what's funny? Do you know what I've never done since? I've never had a gas station chimichangas.
Probably for the best.
And that was 01. That was like, no, it was like 02. Yeah, because I was traveling around in those days. So it was like 02.
See, the gas station, you get some gas, maybe some chips, candy bar, a yogurt if you're, feeling fancy. Check the expiration date. Bottle of water, some soda or maybe some coffee if you're adventurous. Don't get the chimichanga or the sushi.
Do you know it's being in LA makes me an explorer. I remember saying the words, "Oh, what does Armenian food taste like?" Loved it. What does, every Indian restaurant I can get my hands on. Thai food? I'm obsessed with Thai food. I have yet to ever get sick from a Thai restaurant ever.
I mean, those are all great, but they're not things I would buy at the gas station.
If you had green curry at a gas station, I'd give it a go.
Oh, no.
I'd eat some questionable curry.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no, that's going to get put on a t-shirt somewhere. I am obsessed with green Thai beef curry. You put that on side of a van, you might get me with that too. Gas for the whip and the belly, absolutely. Chimichanga that died somewhere when you said that. Absolutely. The chimichanga delegation does not agree with you. Oh, my man is evolving. Questionable curry is the name of your. I like that. Is the name of your fashion house? I like that. Oh, see, now that's a t-shirt. We'll do sketchy stuff for curry. I love green Thai curry. They even had stuff at my local Safeway / Vons, and it was excellent. I was shocked.
See, again, I would get it from the grocery store before the gas station.
They're just as questionable in my. Well, no, I eat groceries. I am one of those people who's not a snob. I'll eat the fried chicken from the deli at my local Safeway. I love that stuff. So yeah, I actually eat there all the time. Mojo potatoes, come on. I miss Safeway. Well, one thing I also discovered is that my son loves Subway sandwiches, and one day I was like, "Hey kid, let me put you up on some game. Come on, let's go to the local Safeway." For $6, they gave us a hoagie. We both had to like carry that thing out. It was so big, you
Oh my
know?
goodness.
And so I taught him the value of like we could spend $30 at Safeway, but we can go crazy at Safeway. I'm sorry, $30 at Subway, or we can go nuts at Safeway. I like to say it's eating with an open mind.
And open bowels, apparently.
I have actually told Wadanay of some of the things I've eaten around the world that'll make you physically ill. I've had some things that are just, I don't even think I could say it on stream of some of the things that I've had. But if you don't look, as a traveler, I have a rule. Gosh, I haven't said this in a long time. If you like what you're eating, don't look in the kitchen. Do not look in the kitchen. And if you can see the kitchen, turn your back to the kitchen. It might be the same, but at the grocery store, it only sticks around for a week before you buy it. At the gas station, it sticks around for 3 months. That is true. But see, our local, like I go to a store called Smart and Final, and in their store, they have sections like, hey, look, this stuff is sketchy, but we're reducing the price so much. Like if you cook it today. So I'd even eat from the sketchy aisle at my local Smart and Final. They call it that aged. Oh, that chimichanga rides again. Man, food poisoning is no joke. There's a burger place by my house. I got food poisoning when Isaiah was 2 or 3. I have not gone back. He's 14. That place is still there.
Yeah, I gave myself a kind of food poisoning once. I was having, cover your ears, godless. I was having bread and milk. I have it a couple times a year as a treat. My grandmother taught me. She was English. Anyway, yeah, and I fell asleep and I went to take a bite and I didn't realize how long I had been asleep. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to eat this. That one bite, oh my goodness. I thought my head was going to split open. And eventually I started vomiting like I was from The Exorcist. And when I started vomiting blood, I thought I might need to take myself to the hospital. It was not a good scene. All I could eat was like rice and broth for a couple weeks after. My throat was all messed up. I'm like taking all these special lozenges to heal my throat, and oh my goodness, I thought I was gonna die. My head hurt so much. Oh, it was the worst. That seems to be the way my body reacts to things that it doesn't like. It's like, oh, this is poison. We're gonna give you a headache. Like what? Let's see. Kilroy says, a store by me sells nothing but close to date food. Canned and frozen stuff is okay. It's the refrigerated stuff like chimichangas you have to watch out for. Agreed. Or packaged stuff. That's usually okay. But the fresh things, the not so fresh, you got to worry about those.
Yeah, but like I still eat like it's 1997. Like I still eat tortilla pizza rolls.
Well,
which
probably not ideal for your health, but not likely to kill you.
in the long run, yes, but tomorrow, no.
Okay. Clearly, I didn't know some things about Tostino's pizza rolls.
Well, like I told you, I'm allergic to tomatoes, and it's
Mm.
weird to me when I eat something and it's tomato flavoring. So no tomatoes were involved in eating it. So it doesn't make me, I don't get physically ill. My eyes don't swell, but it always makes me wonder, like, excuse me, I'm not allergic to the chemical, but what chemicals are making it taste like tomatoes, you know?
I still wonder if it's a difference for you between tomato paste and tomato sauce.
I agree. But see, the thing is, like, if I was to take a bite out of a tomato, I'd need the EpiPen.
Mm.
Like,
Mm.
I feel itchy. Like, one time I ate a baby tomato just to see what would happen.
Why?
And I almost needed I was like 2 steps before EpiPen.
Yeah. Which you probably should have had the EpiPen. You're probably just being, I'm fine. I don't need an EpiPen.
Real men don't use.
What was it you ate when that nurse like came up to you and just stabbed you with the EpiPen because you were blimping out?
I'm allergic to the Z-Pack,
Oh.
the antibiotic. I was at a party hanging out, and I was the youngest person in the room at like 37. But like this was a while ago. But all of a sudden everybody starts looking at me. We're just that's a t-shirt. Kilroy, you're throwing gems out tonight. So we're sitting there and we're all talking. You know, I'm a talker. I'm holding court. All of a sudden everyone stops talking and they start looking at me. And they lean in and they're like, dude, you're breaking out in white spots. I literally, I don't know what it was. Still to this day, I just started getting white spots all over. And this young lady, she was older than I am. I call her a young lady, but she was older than me. She was a nurse. She was probably like 5'2", 5'3". She literally walked up to me and was like, "Gah!" And she jabbed me with the EpiPen, and she saved me because my white spots disappeared.
Good thing she was there.
That's how I learned that I'm allergic to the Z-Pack.
Oh
yeah. I'm definitely allergic to that stuff. I would definitely try a bite just because it comes after Ebola. Selfish allergy Z-Pack is from Crusty Station. Z-Pack, antibiotics are weird, you know? I've been taking, I don't know if it's because I have a weird drug tolerance, but I am like terribly allergic to the Z-Pack.
Do you have a medic alert bracelet?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
No, I'm not trying. Especially, are you kidding me? Especially nowadays. Are you kidding me? Nowadays, I don't know. I would never. I was supposed to say crustaceans.
Oh, good old auto incorrect
Is the word.
I thought you were just, being witty.
Me too. That's the name. That's another name of my new punk band. Now on the stage is Crusty Station. Sounds like a
so I'm sorry. What were you saying before I was distracted by Gilly's auto incorrect or auto?
I don't remember.
Issues?
I've had I've had Rasputin stuck in my head for 3 hours. I thought it would go away, but it's not. I was bumping it. Autocorrect and I do not get along. Them good aged artists. I knew the chimichangas would get everyone going. I'm sorry if it's fried. I drove to Bakersfield, California to eat something that I saw on TV.
Why not?
What's that?
I said, why not? Make an adventure of it.
Oh, it was worth it, too. I went to the Bakersfield Fair, had a good time, had some really good food, but there's this one place that they will literally fry anything. And I had a fried Twinkie, fried ice cream, fried Oreos. Oh,
I've never had a fried Oreo or a fried Twinkie for that matter.
what's that?
I was saying I've never had a fried Oreo or a fried Twinkie. And then I was thinking about trying to remember the last time I had a Twinkie.
I think it's because of the way I was raised. People would always talk about them, so I freaking was obsessed with those things. And ho-hos. I was predestined to get the BDs, I think.
Oh goodness.
I'm all that little Debbie stuff. My son looks at me like I'm crazy. They sell these things called cosmic cakes. I still eat those. I still think some Cheech and Chong stoners who named that, but different story for a different day.
You need to become master of your taste buds.
As in, stop eating things that are bad for me?
Well, so frequently. You know, avoid the diabetes.
All the fun stuff is what you're not supposed to do, though. Like make your own parachutes and jump out of planes in TJ. I'm gonna find the name of that. Actually, I don't want. I'm not gonna rat on him. But there is a man who will let me make my own parachute and jump out of his plane in Tijuana. I should have recorded that phone call, but I think it's unethical to record phone calls without people's knowledge. You're not saying anything. You've recorded me. Hold on. I'm switching.
What? Oh my goodness.
Hold
on. I was just thinking about the laws and how that might apply between the U.S. and
You got real quiet, recorder. I'm kidding. Oh, if you want a real treat, deep fried leftover pizza. I go to this pizza place. Their crust is huge, and it's involving. The pizza place I get from, it's involving. The best way to reheat pizza is in the skillet. I have a pizza stone that I reheat stuff on.
The skillet's good, and the toaster oven is good.
Do you know yeah. What? I eat a lot of stuff that's bad for you. I knew someone that hung out with me and gained 50 pounds and got mad at me. She was like, I've gained 50 pounds hanging out with you. I like to eat.
I had a boyfriend back in the day, and he was one of those, you know, he had like the energy of like 6 people. And he would eat fast, and I'm kind of a slow eater. And so then he'd start eyeing the food on your plate. And so like I got used to like guarding my food so that it didn't disappear. And also, you know, him and his metabolism wanting to eat. And I'm like, I've gained weight. This is not a good thing. I need to fix this.
I'm one of those people. I love appetizers. It's weird. I will gladly shoulder the diabetes if I can have enough cosmic cakes. They're so good. Oh, I can't put those things down. My son, like I've trained my son to give me a hard time. It's not like I'm not asking him to. No, I encourage him to berate me. Like he's like, you're 40, and you're still eating Little Debbie's. I'm like, don't judge me. Don't judge me.
So, what is a cosmic cake? Tell me
it's
about this.
a brownie with M&Ms baked into them. Well, with like their version of M&Ms. And they have hard and soft ones. And they sell different ones at Aldi's than they do at like Smart and Final. I thought that was really weird, but Aldi's has a different type of cosmic cake than Smart and Final. Hey, Ollie, welcome back. Best thing I need is diabetes. Good thing I don't like sweets. They give me mega heartburn. I'm addicted to sweets. It makes me wonder sometimes if I have diabetes. Like I've been going to Jack in the Box, and I walk in. I'm like, let me get 2 orders of fried churros, and the lady just laughs at me. because she knows they got me. Yay, Little Debbie's was my first real relationship. Oh, mine's sad. My answer to that is so sad. I always say nicotine was my first real relationship. And that was not, you didn't laugh on that one.
Sorry, not a smoker. I like to bake, but I've not really had much Little Debbie. I made some very nice coffee spice cookies over the weekend, and I had to make a whole batch because I was making a half recipe and I accidentally put the full amount of coffee in, so I had to go back and fix it. So they're in my freezer, and I baked some up for bless you again. I baked some up for
oh, I forgot I was at
my
this
mom's.
angle. Sorry, I forgot I was at this angle. I'm like, am I not muted? Because I was making all kinds of weird noises. I'm super like coffee today.
Are you coming down with something?
I always am, but I'm so weird. I do like I really work my body out sometimes. So today was one of those days. Then it was Rosie Palm and her sisters. Here we have Joe Louis. Oh, Joe Louis.
Is that by the same company and they just give it a snazzy French Canadian name?
Coffee spice does sound so good.
I'll link you. I got the recipe from Kevin Lee Jacobs on YouTube. He did a video with 5 cookies at Christmas time. 5 easy cookies for Christmas, something like that.
That sounds like something that you scream at the PA too. I said a cookie spice latte. Get out of here.
Oh no.
Where's my cookie spice latte? I worked at a Starbucks in West Hollywood, the same one where I was shushed by Lenny Kravitz. And I saw many of shaky PAs. I felt so sorry for them. And they would ask me, like, please don't mess this up. Please, I will lose my job if you mess this up. I felt so sorry for them. I have a different view. When I see like personal assistants, I'm like, oh, I feel so sorry for you. You should have stayed in college.
Well, a lot of times they had the college degree, and this is, it's like you start here and then one day you'll be able to such and such. And
oh, there was somebody, I won't say who, for Jennifer Lopez. This guy, he was looking, she wanted a very specific type of Hawaiian water. This person drove around Los Angeles for 4 hours looking for a bottled water.
oh my goodness.
Oh, Joe Louis is made by Vacon. Oh, is my signal getting weak? It's telling me my signal's weak. Hold on.
Is it? Wait, what? I don't know. You look okay on my end.
All right, if I disappear and come back.
Okay.
The kids are back at school. Oh, there we go. Spectrum instead of gone. It's Spectrum. Do you know what's really funny? I have I am in a loss for a show right now, so I have been watching a lot of like Stargate, Star Trek, and the old movies. I told you the other night when I watched Wrath of Khan, it one movie led to another It brought me back. And The Voyage Home is a time capsule for 1980s San Francisco.
Yes. I was linking the 5 cookies episode and the link didn't copy. One moment. Try this again.
And I want to let everyone know that this entire time I've been sitting here, besides Boney M, I've also had the Magnum PI theme song stuck in my head because I'm in a weird place in my life where I'm listening to old theme songs from television shows.
It's such a snazzy tune.
They were better produced than. Oh, that is such a jam. It is such a jam. And the guitar riff, come on. And did you know what? I was listening to Rock the Bells. I'm so glad I brought this up. And I'm the last person to know this. Did you know that Eddie Van Halen is the guitar in Beat It? In Michael Jackson's
Oh,
Beat It. I didn't know.
if I did know, I've forgotten. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know if I'm just, like retconning my memory or.
I couldn't believe it. Like, because I listened to Rock the Bells radio, which is considered oldies. Get out of here. Not old. Like, I don't even know what they call it. Throwback. It's the
Vintage?
stuff. It's the stuff I listen to. But I thought that was really interesting. They have this segment where they play the original. But then they played this part where it was only Eddie Van Halen. You're like, okay, that is Eddie Van Halen playing. Like, I was shocked. I was shocked. I knew he did that tune way back when it was released. I had no idea. It was awesome, and there was and also in a bunch of Two Live Crew songs, Eddie Van Halen plays the guitar for old Uncle. Well, now he's old Uncle Luke, but for Uncle Luke, Eddie Van Halen played quite a few songs, and at the end of his life, LL Cool J and Eddie Van Halen were like best friends. They would hang out all because they lived right by each other. They would like literally hang out all the time. I always thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that would have been some interesting music and conversation to hear.
They would like go out to eat. Like they were friends. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
It is a good channel. I'm not. Again, it's not an indictment on things. It's just you're into what you're into, and a lot of the new age stuff just doesn't wet my whistle. And the old school stuff, it's nostalgic and it brings me back. And I can sing the song. My son asks me all the time, he's like, how come you know the words to this song? And I'm like, son, we didn't have options back then. Everybody knows the words to these songs. There are certain songs that you can sing that you're like, okay, everybody knows. Everybody can hum that tune. Only he can play like that. I know he did the tune way back when he was like, yeah, exactly. Only Eddie Van Halen has those riffs. No one can play like that. His son actually, Wolfgang, can play, but like no one. But I will say, one time in Las Vegas, somebody played the riff at the end for Hot for Teacher, and everybody stood and was like, oh my gosh, you're the best guitar players. Some guy just walked up on stage and played it.
Wow.
You don't have to lie, man. Music was way better. Long way. It was. I'm just trying to be nice. You know why? It's because my son will listen to something and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I walk away and I'm like, oh my gosh, what has happened to humanity? Well, Ice-T knows Suicidal Tendencies. They jam together. Yeah, and what was the name of the band? Ice-T's band pops up on my YouTube all the time.
Body Count?
Thank you. All the time. I can see some of his new stuff becoming iconic and legendary. I can't see some of his new stuff becoming iconic. Also, styles change. Like I used to really be into punk rock. People don't listen to punk anymore. Also, I'm not 14 years old anymore.
Yeah. You're not carrying around so much angst.
But I used to really be into ska. And one of the best explanations I ever, and I'm talking about American ska, not like the Caribbean real stuff, but like one of the best explanations I ever heard of ska. Ska is what happens in a 14-year-old's brain when he gets an extra mozzarella stick at TGI Fridays. Ska is a happy, like, ska is like American ska. That is the best explanation because it's true. Back then there was loads of junk too. Loads of junk. Well, the one hit, like, I every once in a while I get in a mood and I will only listen to one hit wonders. You know, I think we forget about all the one hit or two hit wonders. Any Tesla fans out there that can tell me any other song besides Signs? I'll wait.
I have that album, but I
So,
can't think of any of the other tracks on there.
so do I, because you and I
Wait.
are cool.
Did they do who did Whatever Happened to Jane? Was that Tesla?
Oh, crud. You're really testing me now. I have to look that up. Now I have Tesla's version of Signs stuck in my head. I actually typed that into YouTube, and there's a weird documentary out about that, about how, like, Tesla was better than just that song. But people only remember that song.
The thing is, I mean, Tesla was respected back in the day as a band for more than just that one song. But I think that one song is all people really remember.
I tell the story all the time. I went and saw Weezer, Tenacious D, and Jimmy Eat World. Jimmy Eat World had that one, hey, you're gonna be whatever that one song. They came out and they played Morrissey for 25 minutes. Then they just tore the house down. I respect that. I've seen them a bunch of times after, and I would have never seen them by themselves because they were a poppy band. They rip. They are rippers in person. They play their instruments, you know?
Yeah.
But I would have never known that. Now they're like back on the underground because they're not, you know, the 90s are over. or early 2000s.
I like all that old Motown stuff and Stax and
Totally. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Oh, I have that pin there for a reason. That was to remind me to fix that mistake. I'm glad I have that there. I think we have contact with the arms.
Nice.
We have a shirt. We're only 3 hours and 17 minutes into it. I might call it a shirt. Let me fix it with the serger real quick, and we'll do a reveal.
All right. Excellent.
Oh, man. Wednesday has definitely felt like Monday. But you know what, though? We made it. Today was a day of shablamming, jam-packed, parent around driving. Do you know what it is? It's the soccer mom energy. And I can now spot a 16-year-old or 17-year-old on the road that just got their license. We have laws here where they're not allowed to drive around at night. Like, in Cali has real laws, but they're out during the day. And I live in a place where there's an elementary school every mile. And there's a high school in the corner of, there's like 6 or 7 high schools in my town. And so at a certain time, I don't go driving around lunchtime. Or like sometimes in my job, if it's a bad day, I'm coming home around lunchtime. Like if it's a bad day, if a pipe burst or something, I'm sitting in traffic. It takes me 12 minutes to get home. And I'm sitting in traffic because all the shaky 16-year-olds are out there.
Oh dear.
And you know, I feel bad because they're nervous. I'm an angry old man in my big truck, like, get out of my way, I need to go home. I get it. Those were the good old days. I still listen to that though. I jammed with one of the original members of the group that did Signs, Les Emerson. That's so awesome.
How fun. Oh, how's your band coming, Alibaba? Did you join that band?
Man, that's scary when them high school kids get out. Oh, my town is planned. Like, that's why people move here, because we have schools everywhere. But that means people with children move here. People have kids and they live here. That's one draw to my area. It is the land of schools. Only teenage drivers ride around here with their own car, have rich parents. Nobody else can afford the extra money in the car insurance a month. We have an army of children with cars around here. Army. And because I live in a really spaghetti bowl neighborhood, we get the student drivers around here. Do you know, I work third shift. When I'm coming home, I need a nap and a Snickers bar. I have to tell my, there was one time I came steaming up behind. I see student driver. I was like, William, you were there once. And I literally like had to pull myself back because they were eking through my neighborhood. And I was less than 50 feet from my house. And I was like, you were there once. Just, you're almost there, man. You're almost there. You're almost there. Oh, I had to talk myself off the cliff that day because I knew if I'd have honked, I would have scared them. They probably would have, if I'd have gone, I didn't want to scare the kid from driving,
Yeah.
We still are talking about it. Oh, the way you said that was chilling.
Which part?
An army.
Oh. The kid's out. Okay, I get it.
I live in I live in a place where people buy their kids cars. When I was in high school, there was a young lady who her father bought her a Corvette.
What?
My dad still dropped me off at school, and he looked at me, he's like, I ain't buying you a Corvette. I'll never forget that day because I looked at her. It was a yellow one too. I still remember. She drove right past us. My dad looked at me and was like, wrong family. You were born to the wrong family.
That's just a foolish decision. Doesn't matter how much money you have. That's just not a good choice for your high school daughter's first car.
In my high school, all the rich kids had raised trucks. It was like a status symbol. And like I laugh now because my truck is a farm truck.
When I was in college, my freshman year, my mom got me a nice used Honda Civic.
Awesome. Those were the days. Honda Civics were awesome back in the day, though.
It was great. Hatchback.
Oh,
stick shift.
That's awesome.
Although my mom tried to teach me to drive it. And first, she's like, can't you feel it? I'm like, no, I can't feel it. But then we found out that she drove it and she's like, oh, there's something wrong with the cars. So we had to have it fixed. And then she found someone else to teach me. But yeah, my first two cars were stick shift. I can still drive one in a pinch. I prefer stick shift, but LA traffic. Oh.
I was just about to say, I had a 1983 VW Rabbit, and I loved that thing. When I moved, I even took it with me to Oregon, but it was the worst in LA traffic. I parked it in my apartment and started taking the train. I couldn't hang. And the one thing I don't think people realize about LA traffic, I lived in the Santa Monica area and I would drive to North Hollywood every day. There were points on the freeway where I would look over and see the same person every day. I'm like, oh no, I'm moving. I am moving out of Los Angeles.
And the thing is, I use that term loosely because LA traffic goes all the way from San Diego to the mountains to past Ventura. I mean, it just doesn't stop. The whole Southern California.
I waffle back and forth because I love driving, but I'm also one of those people who is like, let's get rid of cars. But nobody is on that train with me. Okay, good.
Well, if we had a realistic public transportation system, I'd be down. But we have to commit. Gilly says, all right, everybody, I'm going to hit the rack. I will definitely be around. Thank you guys very much for awesome company. I needed that tonight.
You are definitely welcome here. Thank you so much for stopping by. We'll be back at it on Saturday.
Very nice to meet you, Gilly.
Right.
Joy says heart face. Kilmer says later G. And then Gilly says, it's a pleasure cutting it up with everybody. Alibaba says, take care, Gilly. And Joy says, see you next time. There you go. You're caught up.
Yay. I'm fishing for mistakes. I did a lot of waffling this evening. There in Paris is Burning. There's this one scene where this guy is sewing and he tells the other guy, how long did it take you to make that shirt? He's like, an hour. He's like, you usually don't take an hour. But I couldn't imagine being filmed sewing. Like an actual real camera crew. Like, well, I can because I do it all the time. Now that I think about it, I film myself sewing all the time.
But someone else filming you, I think would go faster and go more smoothly because they get the angles that you need. You're not having to stop, switch buttons, change the thing. You know, where's the camera now?
I would have a video out right now if I had an editor. I have it ready to go. Like I think tonight all I have to do is film the thank you for watching part and it's ready to go. I need to remember that before I upload it.
I keep forgetting to edit the footage that I have and make a video. I should.
Oh, right. I think we have a shirt.
Management.
You know what? I don't know if I'm going to get turtlenecky. I might do the turtleneck on the next stream. But let's try it on. Call it a victory.
All right. How exciting.
I am layered, though. I am super layered.
Oh, layered. I thought you said you were weird. And I wasn't sure why you needed to announce that. We're all weird around here.
That too. Oh, when I moved away from Portland, I was in my friends made me Portland, for anyone who's wondering, in Portland, Oregon, they have their saying is keep Portland weird. And so yes, I know I'm not I don't have my stop screen on. And they also, so my friends in my hockey league, they made me a sweatshirt that said keep William weird.
Nice.
And I still have it. And it's in the Kings colors too. Yay. It's great having new friends around. I think you're going to get a huge rejection of cars in the next 20, 25, 50 years. I think there's going to be a huge rejection of cars. I'm not trying to change the world or anything, but I have I like cars. I like physically driving. I love, but I'm down to get rid of every single one of them. Every single one of them. It's the weird thing. And I'm not even like a hippie or anything. It's just where I live, I can see the damage of what having massive amounts of cars. Do you know in LA County, you're more likely to get cancer if you live next to a freeway? There's all kinds of weird stats.
Well, I mean, it's just not sustainable. And I don't mean that in earth-friendly sustainable. I mean that in they're just too many people. We can't continue on this way. We have too many people and it just makes too much traffic. We have to change the way we do things. And then also the environment, etc.
But I will say though, science works. In our lifetime, we watched the smog pump work.
Yeah.
The science works. So the smog pump was invented and it actually brought down the emissions in LA.
I think a lot of people, they hear environmental concerns and then they're like, oh no, so you have to hit them with the practicality.
That's why I like bringing up the smog pump, because you can actually see the science behind that. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Kilroy says urban soils have higher lead content partly because of greater numbers of cars. Yeah.
I saw this really scary documentary. It was an old Fox, like our Fox 11 actually used to do really riveting documentaries. They did a bunch of really crazy gang ones. They did this one on like, is the man in your head? You know, and I watched them on YouTube, and they're from Fox in the 90s. Long story short, I watched a documentary on people in LA, and this was in 1997. There was a certain part of LA, if you do not have a retaining wall, you are more likely to get cancer. Like, I have a giant 20-foot wall that separates the freeway and me. Like, I can't even hear it, you know, and it's like, it's down a little bit more. But if you don't have one of those, you are 10 times more likely to get cancer because of the emissions in the air, and they're directly at the same level as you. So you may not smell them or see them, but you're breathing them. And that scared me when I watched that documentary.
Yeah.
Because I grew up next to a freeway. I've lived in a place that didn't have a fence next to it. You could like literally like throw a tennis ball on the freeway. You were so close. Stripes? Stripey McStripe, stripe. Does this make me a beatnik with the stripes? Should I read some?
Sure. But either way, I like it.
Thank you. Let me make myself a little bit bigger. I love this pattern. This is Simplicity. I should remember it by now. S9 158. No, I'm sorry. Is it? Yeah, it is Simplicity S9 158. I love this pattern. The way it sits, the way that I love this shirt. That's why I constantly make turtlenecks out of this pattern.
I like that.
I've made a ton of shirts because this pattern is perfect, is my size, you know. So I this is like my go-to when I want to make a t-shirt.
Adjust it a little bit. I think it's getting pulled forward because it's, stuck on your other 3 shirts you're wearing. Give it a little tug in the back.
I do wear. Oh, you want to see the nogs? You want to see the nogs? They're covered.
No,
Yeah, no, it's. I'll give you what you want.
Seams
I'll give you what you want.
Forward. I didn't say turn around. Oh my goodness.
I'm just giving you a hard time. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. And that's another thing. Like, I'm all about being comfortable. I refuse to wear itchy suits, things that are too tight in the wrong places. Like, I refuse. That reminds me of the shirts they wore in the Soviet Navy. That's why you got to be careful with, like, certain things are a bit old school. I like that. Navy with the blue and the white. I like that.
Yeah. I thought it was a good choice for that shirt pattern, your fabric choice.
I know. Do you know? I don't know what happened to I used to cut them so much short. I think I think I have different. There might be 2 or 3 sleeve options on this pattern. And I think I keep on grabbing the wrong one. But it just needs to be is cuffed.
But it could be a nice style choice to make like a turned up cuff on it, like a.
Ooh, I like that. Turned up. Ooh, I might do that. I actually like that idea. That is Navy style. Oh, I like that. Wrong arm. Let me back up so you can actually see what I did. I like that idea a lot. Because part of me just wants to turn it in on itself and then cuff it. But I like the outside cuffs. I made so much stuff this year. I think I'm going to have to open up my so-called life emporium.
I think so too. The House of Sewing collection.
Use a twin needle to stitch the hems.
Yeah.
Is that like double needle, like the double side needle?
Yeah. Looks like a little.
I have a ton of those. And I used to get like any of my modern sewing machines that has 2 spool holders, I took that as an invitation to get 2 spools and freaking put them through the machine. So
Yeah.
I am really good at doing that. I used to get bored and make weird patches doing that. Like back when I didn't know what to make, but I wanted to sew so bad when I was in my sashiko. I don't know why I want to call it San Cisco. I don't know, but it's sashiko for
The
the
Spanish
uninitiated.
influence, maybe.
The what?
The Spanish influence.
I have no idea. And I watch a ton of videos about it. I watch videos where people are speaking Japanese and I don't even understand any word except for that. And I should know better by now. Top stitches are double straight. Stitch bottom is just like a zigzag. I like that. I have quite a few in this room. I'm actually organizing right now, putting everything together so I actually know where they are. I'm in my like Butterfly was doing earlier. I'm in this phase of cleaning everything right now. All right, let me clean this up a little bit and then I'll sing It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. And I'll park this vessel.
I have some clamps. I have. I was looking for the FOF cording kit, and I have, some of the clamps from it. And they're. I'm sorry, needle clamps, and so you can put double needle, triple needle, and it comes in a couple different configurations. And it's nice because you can just use regular needles in it. You don't have to track down a double needle in the dimensions that you want. And it just,
that.
yeah, it just screws on there.
I think I might have something like that. I really need to look through and see what I have because I am in the land of accessories. Like I have a ton of accessories. Yeah, I like stripes. Stripes.
Yeah, I like that fabric.
There's certain fabric when I see it, I know it's perfect to make a shirt. And ever since Joy asked the question of why do you line everything, and I literally did not know why. I didn't have an answer.
Mm.
It was just something I did. Oh, rah, look who it is. Yay! Hold on, I missed it. How's it going, Skids? I took a needle for my Kenmore. I want to try it. You know, it's funny you say that, Ollie. That's what I was doing. I was just like, a lot of the time, I was just trying to figure out what they did. So I'd put it in, thread it, and just see what happens, you know? That's literally where the saying came from.
Thread
How's
around,
it
see what
going?
happens.
Rah, hello. How's it going? Let's see how it looks. Stripy stripes. I might add a turtleneck to it. I like stripes. I don't care which direction they're going. I'm a fan. Oh, did I get the arms? No, the arms are going in the proper direction. Wow. Yay. How's it going? Hello. Rah, sewing machine. You know, I've had that song stuck in my head since it's in my playlist now. I have the weirdest playlist. You would laugh at me if you saw my playlist. And they always manage to sneak some weird gnome or some acapella thing in there now for some reason.
I have a lot of different playlists, different ones for different dance, like dancing different styles, and different ones for different moods.
Petridge Farm remembers, and so does YouTube. YouTube does not forget. And so I have I'll just randomly, like, I'm not kidding you, it'd go from Slayer to Eazy-E to Boney M. And I laugh when I hear that. Dun, 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 dun. I just start dying. Or like the other day, it was just randomly playing songs from the Pirates of Penzance, And then I heard the dun dun dun. Dun, dun. Oh, I was dying of laughter when I heard that. Yay, but there's results. I made a shirt this evening. It only took me like 3.5 hours to waffle. I see the other shirt under a solid turtleneck would look nice too.
Mm-hmm. You could do a solid turtleneck and then solid cuffs.
So I've told Waternay this, and I'm going to confide because we're all here. We're all family here. I have neck issues. Perfect example. I would not wear this shirt without an undershirt. I do not like how it hangs like that. I have neck issues. I want everything to be high and tight, like a Johnny Unitas haircut.
I think part of the reason why that's down is because I think it got caught on your other shirt because your shoulder seams are a little bit forward. So I don't think the neck is quite that low on you.
I do make them super forward on purpose too.
Mm.
For that very reason. I have hardcore neck issues. But it's just weird. It goes back with my lining. At this point, I don't even know why I do it. I think it's because as a kid, I wore a lot of like hockey and baseball jerseys.
Mm.
And so you kind of have to wear an undershirt with those.
Oh, okay.
When you're 130 pounds, you have to wear an undershirt under the... I was a skinny kid. Oh, I forgot to bring my cape. Next stream, I'm gonna bring out my old GS cape. But the thing is, it's so huge, it kind of blocks the flag because I have a place to hang it. But it's so big, it blocks the flag behind me. And I put up Christmas lights to be a good YouTuber.
You need some of those that go on the floor and make the walls different colors, so it looks like this in the background.
And do you know what's really funny? I actually randomly followed a YouTuber, and she does Marshall hauls and thrift hauls.
Marshall Home. Okay.
And so at Marshall's, apparently they had a ton of those lights, but she got lucky because Marshall's is first come, first serve.
That's true. And you never know like what random thing they're going to have. And
I got my cup all the time. People try to give me a hard time. They talk trash to me. They say all these things. $3 at Marshall's. Fight me. I've had this for years now. Years and years. And let me tell you, the other day I left it out in front of Isaiah's MMA class. No one stole my cup. And when I came back, the coffee was still hot.
You might have had a trans ally go wandering by and say, "Oh, I need this cup in my life."
Well, I walk up with a bunch of pouches and like I look scary. Then I walk up with that cup and people are like, I don't want to know. They're like, I don't even want to know. Especially that crowd. So no one touched the pink cup. No one touched the pink cup. And it works in the construction field too. I can leave that cup anywhere. People will not touch my cup. But again, to me, it's just a cup, Like, I'll wear a pink shirt. I actually wear that pink snakeskin shirt. I just like the way people look at me when I wear it. But, like, I loved that pink snakeskin. I need to clean my fabric because I still have a ton of that fabric.
Nice. You can make some lounge pants or lounge pants.
Ooh, I could have a whole pink snakeskin outfit. Is there a such thing as pink leather snakeskin?
I'm sure there is.
Can we get the vinyl company to make that happen?
Just get leather. It'll be better.
I have the Magnum PI. I'm trying to listen. Magnum PI is just banging in the back of my skull, right? I have to look through because I'm gonna make some chaps. Again, I know a shocker. Everybody, okay. I'm not gonna go too much longer, but why are vinyl chaps blasphemous again?
Because they're not the real thing. because
But what is that? What is that
Chaps.
like?
Hmm?
Isn't it positive that I'm not using leather? I have a ton of pleather. That's why.
No, vinyl is terrible for the environment. It's not a positive thing. and it's the vinyl goes against the original purpose of Chaps. So it's like for me, it's a step too far. Not only are they decorative, they're also like you couldn't do anything protective with them. I don't know. And I just really strongly dislike vinyl.
So you're not on the vinyl Christmas card. Good to know. You're not on their mailing list. Good to know.
No. It's just it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't wear nicely. Yeah.
Well, I want to make all kinds of chaps. I think there's a market. I was watching again a weird concert on television, and this person had on some poorly made one leg chaps, and I was like, oh, I can make chaps better than that. And that's what started all of it.
There you go. See? And if you make them out of leather, then they really will be better.
Yeah, but I can tell this person just went to a designer and was like, hey, make me something funky. And they're like, we're just going to wrap this around your leg. Didn't have a belt or anything. They were clipped to their belt. It looked hokey to me. And they were in Texas. They should know better. Fake thank you, skits. Thank you. This is the quality answers I need. Fake. I still have a ton of. How about fake Fendi vinyl chaps?
Okay, blanket no on vinyl. From me, my personal seal of approval, recommendation, choices.
I have Magnum PI stuck in my head. Fake Fendi chaps. Yes, see, yes, that would be cool.
Well, Fendi's not vinyl.
I watched this young lady who reviews fashion. I've showed Waternay her a few times. But she calls it stupid rich people fashion. Her name is called the Refashioned Hippie. You should go check her out. But today I saw a video. It was a hat purse. But the thing that tripped her out is that it wasn't normal size of a hat. So it was a bag, and it was well put together. It was leather. It was well made. But she kept on freaking out that it wasn't the size of a normal hat.
It like what kind of hat?
A ball cap.
And it was like a little miniature ball cap?
And it was for, her whole angle is why is this so expensive? So she goes to the super like Balenciaga, Fendi, and they want $900 for junk. Like I could go in my backyard with a torch and like make some Fendi pants in 10 seconds, So she exposes that. And it trips me out that people are paying that much money. I can get my vinyl right now and make you a ball cap hat right now. And I'll hand stitch it. It'll be real pretty. I'll hand stitch it. $900 for junk is your middle name. To be fair, I wait till there's a sale. Oh, I do look like there's an episode of Sherlock Holmes, the original television episodes where Sherlock goes to he basically goes he goes in disguise and he's talking to these guys, but he's wearing a shirt like this. So this is very Sherlock Holmes. With the Magnum PI song in the back of my head. But I would pay $900 for something that was worth it though, not a ripped pair of jeans. Or like she was showing off flesh colored boots that are tattooed. And they were selling for like $1,000 a pop. and they had shirts, but they were so indecent because they were semi see-through. So she had to block out the front and the front because the model was standing there, and it looked like they were covered in tattoos, but it was the clothes they were wearing.
That that just strikes me as what is that? Borrowed valor?
So stolen valor.
Stolen valor. That's it.
So do you think those people that wear like the fake tattoo long sleeves is that stolen valor? Like on Halloween?
Well, but that's Halloween. Everyone's in costume. Or like, I mean, a temporary tattoo just for fun, but like a weird shirt, that seems like one of those cheap costumes that comes in the envelope that you give your 5-year-old because they don't care. They just want to look like
Those were the good
Moana, you know?
Oh, I know. Those were the good old days. It's weird to me, though, that of what they call fashion and what people are willing to pay for, though. That's my whole thing. Because if they call that fashion, I'm going to close this whole place down and start making that stuff and selling it for $1,000. And that's another thing she kept on saying. It's you have to build your brand and then you can sell for high prices.
I mean, I think that, well, one, people often when they start out don't charge enough. They don't have to charge crazy prices, but they don't charge enough. But thinking, like, I feel that the illusion fabric with something on it is a great idea, but trying to make it look like tattoos just seems doesn't work for me.
My thing is the price. Like, where is that line of like, I don't know. See, but I have never. I like nice clothes. I love nice things. As I told Waternay in the '90s, I wore structure, but I'm not necessarily one of those people who like cares if I'm wearing Gucci. Former Gophers. I don't know, but I also think it's weird that everyone's wearing Crocs. I said it.
Well, I'm sorry, it cut out for me. Wearing what?
Crocs.
Mm.
I think it's weird, but again, I get up and get dressed every day. I think it's weird that people wear sweatpants everywhere. I tell my son all the time, hey man, if you want to feel accomplished, just put a pair of pants on. Because apparently in today's world, and don't get me wrong, I live in my pajama pants if I can, you know. There's no indictment here.
I saw a video that was talking about like dressing well, and their issue with this, like wearing sweatpants everywhere, wasn't so much the sloppiness, but what it does for you and how you feel about yourself. It's hard to feel good about yourself and put together when you're essentially in like loungewear, housewear, you know, like it's hard to feel snazzy when you're in a pair of sweatpants.
Do you think that's a state of mind though? Because like when I wear my vests and I have like, okay, when I wear my Italian boots, I'm feeling them. Like when you see me, like I'm click clacking, I'm feeling it. I'm walking tall. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think it's more of a condition of how you feel in those clothes and less of like, oh, I'm wearing Gucci? Because if I put on like a Louis Vuitton suit, okay, there's this really cool leather suit I saw, I would feel awkward wearing it. And I kind of like it. It just looks hot though. But Skits says, I feel nice when I dress nice. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And see, and that's another thing, like it's all to how you feel. And you know, there's people that rock sweatpants that have all the confidence in the world.
I bet those people would have even more confidence in not sweatpants.
I know a lot of ex-professional athletes that are over 60 years old and they live in athletic wear. Do you think that's
I have loungewear? You know, I wear loungewear at home and stuff like that. But when I go somewhere, I like to put real clothes on. I feel better.
I have an old, I'm into vintage stuff, but I have an old pair of KU basketball shorts. They're from Kansas. They're Nike. They're so old they have the Nike Air in the corner, Um I love those. Those are they're on the list of favorite garments. I've never worn them out of the house. Not one time in public.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
sleep in them. I live in them. But I've never worn them outside the house. I don't know if it's because I went to Catholic schools for several years, but I got to go out in proper clothes, not t-shirts or sweatpants. It's a controversy where I'm from of like, Waternay is anti-lounge.
I am not.
What would that be?
Loungewear is great. I have lots of loungewear.
Big clothes? Do you work for big clothes or what? I don't know. And there's someone I know, shall not say many names, but I kind of agree with them. There is this weird slobification of America, but I participate in it. I dress like Val Kilmer's illegitimate child. And when I say Val Kilmer, I mean Val Kilmer now. He dresses like it's 1992, and I'm here for it all day. Val Kilmer wears funky combos. Like he'll wear like purple with mustard orange. Like Val Kilmer does not care.
that I'll agree with.
That bad, huh?
Oh,
Bad, huh?
But I can't imagine. That wouldn't even be comfortable.
Yeah, but okay. Let's get real though. Okay, now that we're playing 20 questions, you and I are walking down the street. Would my F around and find out patches, would you feel uncomfortable?
Possibly. And it also would depend on where we were.
I go to church like this. I don't go to church, but I go to the grocery store like this. I go talk to people's grandmas like this. Good to know.
I mean, some of them are a little bit abrasive, and so that wouldn't be something that I would choose to like walk around town in, like intentionally abrasive. That's just me personally. I'm not, judging you. And then also like different outfits for different occasions. So, if I'm going to the theater or something, then I want to like dress up. So I wouldn't wear something like that in that occasion, but just tootling around town and doing your errands or something, then, a patch vest, if that's what you want to wear, then
when we go to Disney Hall, I'll wear Italian pants, beautiful socks. My shoes would be so shiny you can see them from the space station. Gleaming white shirt, beautiful tie with a vest.
All right.
With this vest.
Oh no! See, you lost me there.
I want to dress like Charlie Sheen in the first Major League. When he put a vest on, he ripped the shoulders off. When he put a 3-piece suit on, he literally ripped the arms off of the suit. Internationally abrasive vinyl loungewear.
Well, if you want to wear the abrasive patches at home, you go for it.
I'm going to tell you.
It's the vinyl that bugs me there. What was that?
I'm going to tell you, in real life, my patches it keeps the riffraff away. I'm not kidding you. It kills all unneeded conversations. Nobody noticed until I put on the vest. I'm quoting Batman. Nobody noticed until I put on the mask. It stops a lot of looky-loos. Do you know what? It's so funny. Like the other day when Joy was like, "You're not wearing a vest," when I was wearing the hockey jersey, it's a part of my skin now. Like I I've been wearing my LA hat in public more. I'm not kidding you. It's like sneaking up on people because they don't recognize me without my cowboy hat on. They do not. They're like, oh.
Oh, have a good night,
great
Alibaba.
night, Alibaba. I'm gonna be jumping off here soon. I was just trying to take it to the 4-hour mark because pretty soon StreamYard is gonna be mad at me for not paying $322, so I'm gonna get the watermark back. God, the soy. He wouldn't be GS without his vest. Or Shatner's. My Shatners just give me the illusion of height. Just the other day, I was having a conversation with someone who knows me, and I was like, Isaiah's almost taller than me. And they looked at me and they're like, he is taller than you. Get over it. But he's taller than me by like that much. But like,
Is
and
he taller?
Sorry.
Is he taller than you in your boots, or taller than you when you're not in your boots?
Oh no, he's taller. Like, it's his hair. The problem is he has this giant mop on his head. So when he stands behind me, he looks like he's towering over me.
Uh-huh.
But let's be real. I'm 5'9". I wear shoes that give me the illusion of height. So I'm not kidding you. I'm going to do it one day. One day I'm going to stand up and we're going to get a marker and then I'm going to take my boots off. I'm going to show you how much I drop down. There's been at least 2 or 3 times when I've taken my boots off, walked up to somebody and they're like, you're the same height as I.
So the truth is then that Isaiah is really like 5'10".
He will be.
5'11".
He's all like, if he's not 5'8" and a half, he's there. Take off the hat too. Oh no, when I measure, I get it stick and I'm like, jam that on top of your head, kid, because you can't be taller than me. But he is. He will. If he's not, let's be real, he's 14. I'm this height, and I've been this height since I was 14. And you know what? I'm all here for it. I wasn't taller than my father. I never was taller than my father. I am all here for it. I want him to be taller than me.
I'm taller than my mom.
See, that's a good thing.
I say like that makes me.
No, the second you said that, you made me think of mine, and mine was always 5'5", like 5'6", 5'5". No, she was 5'5". All right, we've crested the 4-hour. Eventually you'll know when I get busted down because you're gonna see the StreamYard's watermark again. I guess we paid $322 to not have a watermark. My grandson is a foot taller than me.
Wow.
My sister has 3 children that are over 6'6".
Wow. How tall is your sister?
5'4".
How tall is your brother-in-law?
6'8", 6'9"-ish, around there. Eventually. Like I said the other day, I'm down for a 6-hour, but I'm gonna have to order a full meal and take a break and eat it with a coffee and a tea break. I'm down for a long stream. It's just I've learned lessons over the years. Everybody needs people get hangry. I have seen people spend years cultivating relationships, becoming friends, meeting each other, flying overseas, and then never talking to each other again because of a 7 or 8 hour stream. When everybody should have just had a ham sandwich. Serious. It's funny but true. You could order the food on stream. That's got to be good for at least a 30-minute segment. I get the pizza place by my house that I go to is actually really decadent. Um, like if I put everything out, it's kind of smorgasbordish. Like if I put it all out, like when you get the pizza, and I'm on this weird cheese calzone kick right now.
Mm.
So I'll get a cheese calzone plus a pizza. Or like I got a hankering for a meatball because I was like, I don't want my eyes to heal. With extra marinara, please.
Oh my goodness. You need to become friends with the Alfredo sauce.
Everything that's bad, that's I'm not supposed to eat tastes good. Except for milk. I just can't do milk anymore because it literally clogs my lungs. But I miss milk. Oh, now I'm craving the pizza place that's closed. You know what? I might do I don't know. Well, you know what? When Ollie streams, I really am gonna like do a sewing machine tour.
That'd be fun.
But I would have to clear like, yeah, I would just need some notice because I have a few hidden in here. I would pull out some sewing machines. You'd be like, "You've never shown that on stream before."
I'm looking forward to it.
I have a few hidden gems in here. A few.
Maybe you should mail Alibaba a camera. I'm sure you have one you're not using.
I have equipment. I have a ton of equipment in here. A mukbang. Okay, I'm gonna say this in all seriousness. I watched Nick Avocado's entire career, so the mukbang thing kind of scares me. And I'm not saying I was ever subscribed, but I just watched the progression, and unchecked, somebody was skinnier than me went to almost 400 pounds online because they got famous and they just kept on doing mukbangs. So, like, that's the only thing that turns me off to that. But Joy wants to see the sewing machine tour. And, like, if you really think about it, like, I am sitting in a room. It's deceptive because they look like cabinets, but they're actually sewing tables. Oh, whoops. Oh, man, I think the camera's inverted. But everything back there is a sewing machine. Everything behind me, except for my FOF, but everything over there is a sewing machine. And those mirrors are covering sewing machines.
Nice.
So I could definitely do a sewing machine tour. And there's just like my clothes I've been going through, there's stuff I forgot I had.
Mhm.
I've been cleaning so much lately. And plus, this is the time of year where I do my heavy donation once a year. Do you want
Of
to hear?
clothing?
In the past, I rarely talk about it because I think I don't like virtue signaling stuff, but like, excuse me, in the past, oh man, excuse me, in the past 3 years, I've every year I've donated over 300 shirts.
Probably have people out there who are like, oh, wow, it's that time. Look, we got some more of those shirts by that person.
I don't know. It's because I had this really weird habit of buying a shirt every time I went out, and it grew on me. And it's taken quite a few years for me to stop that because I have a heavy thrifting habit.
So are these shirts you've thrifted or shirts you've made that you're
Thrifted.
donating?
Thrifted. I live in a Goodwill. That
Put them back
middle. Oh yeah, they're going right back in the system.
in the pool.
But I put them. But like, it's so strange. I am such a savant that I could tell you almost every place that I got them from. And I make sure they do not go to the same systems. Like, there is this one place I go to. I really like it because it is a mega tax write-off. They have an SDC program where they have special needs people there. And it's not like they're paying them full minimum wage. They're not half employees like the Goodwill. and they help out people like they give jobs to special needs people who are underprivileged. I give them everything I can. I'm like, here, take this, here's 60 of these, take 50 touch and sews. I love that place, so I donate to them, but I have to make sure that I'm not giving them their stuff back.
Well, I mean, that's not even a bad thing, because then they get to sell it again. And then that person who's like, oh man, I didn't buy that shirt. And when I went back, it was gone. But then, like 3 years later, I found another one.
Because I'm all about putting it back in the system so somebody else can find that gem. I am obsessed with black t-shirts, and I went through this weird phase of always buying black t-shirts, but there's a ton that I either are too big, too small, or I need to get over it. So I get rid of them every year. Every year. So right now I'm in my closet purge right now because I spent another year of collecting a billion t-shirts. But it's a good thing. And I don't do it as a tax write-off. I should. I need to get really detailed with my taxes, and I don't. Because I do a lot of charitable things. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't look at it as charitable. I look at it as like helping out people like me. I'm putting it back in the system. So someone's like you said, like, oh my gosh, that shirt I really wanted is back. I don't know how it came back, Reduce, reuse, recycle. Those are the lines that made me famous on Twitter. The recycle community loves me. The refurbished community, they love me. And on Instagram, I need to get back to and back when I used to Instagram all the time. I do not anymore, but I am following every refashioned person on Instagram. All right. Recycling is a good note to end on, right? I'm giving back to the system. I'm sending love back because these things make me happy and I want to return the favor to somebody, And to me, I look thrifting as a treasure hunt,
I'm
So
sorry. Say again?
I look at thrifting as a treasure hunt,
Oh. Mm-hmm.
So I'll keep the party going. Do you have anything you'd like to shill, polish, and assemble?
No, nothing for me tonight. What's that noise?
It's my security camera.
Oh.
It's doing its security thing. Those are good chimes. That's letting me know it's still working.
That's you've been on this stream too long and it's now midnight.
Well, it really is. I always forget what the hour later start. I always forget about the hour later start. I thought it was your press beeping. Oh, it's my my security camera. It automatically updates. It's on its own hard drive. It's awesome. Recycle refurbished community are probably one of the few positive things on Twitter. For real though, Commander. For real. And on Instagram, I found some really cool people on Instagram. I actually made friends with somebody and actually met up with them, and they were not a sociopath. and I met them through Instagram. All right. I will be back at it on Saturday with more harrowing adventures. I say I'm not going to buy fabric, but there'll be another raw fabric machine. So I'm not going to say anything. I have plans on going to the swap meet, but I'm kind of at this weird point where I need to see what I have because I have so much stuff. And I just bought a press. So I'm probably just going to spend the whole weekend pressing old suits. I have these really, really cool Wrangler bell bottoms. I think I'm going to press a sharp crease in them. I bought them. They're khaki, and I bought them thinking they were khaki Wranglers. And it's at a thrift store, so I grabbed it, just put it in my cart, and kept going because it was my size. I got them home, and they were bell bottoms. Do you know how happy I was? I was like, "Oh, this is even better!" Like I freaked out. But they're real. They're like they're polyester.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So I haven't put them in a position yet to wash them because I'm scared of them. But I'm gonna press a sharp crease in them now. Like I'm
Well,
all
washing them is probably fine. I'm not sure how much of a crease you'll get with the polyester though.
they're burn baby burn disco inferno pants. And they're Wrangler. They're from the era and they're real. I looked them up. They're from the era.
Yeah, you don't want to burn them though. Melt them.
Fabric machine. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm telling you, today on my Charlie Sheen shirt, I pressed down on the thing and there's a really old patch I forgot about. That thing is on that fabric forever. that thing, and I forgot there was even fabric. The fabric glue was like, oh my gosh, I'm so old. What's happening right now? Like, that patch has never come off because it's so like it's tightly sewn, and I tried to move it. It is on the fabric now. I'm like, oh, this thing really works. So press for the win. That thing is, and you know what's funny? At first, like it started beeping. I'm like, what's wrong with it? If you like, I was reading the manual and it's like, you need some patience because irons have to warm up. And I'm like, oh, they wrote that for people like me. And it's right in the front. It's like, this takes at least 2 minutes to warm up, you impatient wretch. Like, let it warm up. And if you're reading this, you are impatient.
Skit says he wants a press. Totally should get one. They're the best.
Oh, you would love it. I'm going to be creasing up stuff that my jeans are going to have creases now. I'm not playing. I am not playing.
Also Gloria Vanderbilt.
Hey.
No. What was it? Valentinos they wore in the 80s?
Oh, right.
The guys, the ladies wore Gloria Vanderbilts, but the guys wore
Valentinos. You're
Valentinos.
Right. Oh
Yeah.
My gosh. Bring it back. Oh, now I just have Lisa stuck in my head now. And I know if we were get together. People ask me all the time, how old are you? How old are you? All the time. All right. It's been an excellent evening. I want to thank everybody who is still here. Anybody who is watching this in the future, I absolutely thank you. And I say this every week. But to the 30 or 40 of you who watch this to the very end, you guys are amazing. There are quite a few people who watch this after this is streamed. You're awesome and appreciated and never forgotten here in the House of Sewing. I'll be back at it on Saturday. I hope everybody has a great week. And remember, be yourself, reinforce your seams, and I will definitely see you next time. Have a great